Alright, here we go. Hey, fragilities. Thanks for following. Main transition. Back with this very interesting game. I don't like how it's looking. Nah. There we go. That's much better. So where were we? I wonder if the red names will be like, if we can like figure out who they are. We know who the pale bride is now. It's Hyuna. I wish it would like change that. What a time to live in where female names had to be censored. Official genealogies don't list women normally. Why is it noted by the family names? And that is are omitted entirely. These are the relevant parts. Names in red of women means the name is forever unknown. So it only says their family names. The only exception being the pale bride. Interesting. Alright. My new wife moved in last week, and she's been pestering me ever since. Everywhere I go in the house, she's either following me or waiting outside the door. The first time it happened, it unnerved me like nobody would believe. The most recent time, I stopped being unnerved and moved on to just plain annoying. I only had one thought. Why won't this silly girl just give me some peace? No wonder her parents were so anxious to send her out to our home. Great start! What a great start! Hours before, she'd been hanging around in the room. I finally kicked her out when my mathematics tutor arrived. The session went without any hitch, aside from reminding me just how much I hate the damn subject. And after a few hours, he left. And who's kneeling right outside my door? It's her, of course. You've been there the whole time, I asked her. Of course she had. For the love of... We need to talk. So I brought her back in and sat her down at the desk. What is this? You're driving me insane. I don't have time to be babysitting you constantly, I said. I wasn't angry, just annoyed, but she looked alarmed all the same. For a moment I was worried she was going to start crying. Instead, she just turned her head away. Do you hate me? She asked. Women! Why must I be so damn emotional? Women, am I right? Burn! I remember myself that I was talking to a female. I needed to approach this differently. Look, I said, you're very pretty. I appreciate that you're trying, so no, of course I don't hate you. She looked back at me, seeming like she was holding back tears. Then why don't you need me for anything? Is there nothing I can do for you? No, not unless you can help me study the classics. She looked down. Right now, nothing is more important to me than passing the civil service exam. Can you even read? Wait, is this screen like super bright? I feel like the streams looks brighter than what the game is. It's probably not gonna help. Can't be helped, I suppose. Can you even read? A little, she said. A little isn't enough, I replied. What if I sat in on your lessons? I could learn more. I'll be quiet, of course. Please. I was about to say no, then I changed my mind and agreed. When I heard her next line, at least give me a chance to earn your approval, please. Oh, Hyuna wants to talk to me, apparently. Hey. Hey. I just wanted to say thanks for paying attention to me. It's like I was saying earlier, I just haven't had anyone to talk to in so long. The last time there was anyone around on the ship was the year 322. By my count, it's now 944. Wow, so over 300 years. Over 600 years. 622 to be exact. I mean, do you have any idea how long that is? It wasn't really so bad at first. It was nice to not have to worry about anyone telling me what to do. I could just occupy myself, go through the old logs. But, well, I read quickly. After the first few years, it really started to sink in. The loneliness. Eventually, you sort of get used to it. It feels awful. You never like it, but you get used to it. In ways that sort of scare you. There was a whole 100 years that went by where I didn't have a single thought. Not a one. I just sat there idly. I didn't even notice, just I had been feeling particularly, what's the word? Sleepy, I want to say, but that's not right. I guess maybe that doesn't translate. Anyway, the point is I was in a lazy mood and I decided to call my clock subroutine. And it turned out it had been 3 trillion milliseconds since the last time I called it. Scary. Jeez, I'm rambling. Sorry, as you can understand, my perception of time is all off. Sorry, I'll shut up. But my point is, I'm really happy to have someone out here. No problem. The new girl. This must be about the pale bride, right? Dearest mother, it seems as though there will be a new girl in the family. I don't really understand the details, but her name is the Pale Bride! And it seems as though she's a 13-year-old girl who had been kept inside a giant egg through some sort of magical technology passed through the Kim family over the generations? As I said, I don't understand how such a thing is possible, but she seems nice enough. Young Seok seems quite annoyed at her arrival, however. He explained to me why. The plans to offer her as a concubine to the emperor. She's young and beautiful, and he's still without a son, so it will probably go a long way in curing favor. And that's bad? I asked him. Not strictly, he admitted, but it means father doesn't have much faith in me. If he's making contingency plans that don't require my involvement. Now, I'll never know if my success was on my own merits, or because the Emperor thinks the girl he will give him is cute. Did you even tell him your plan of working your way to becoming High Magistrate? If he knows that, how can he think a contingency is necessary, I asked. Good question, he said, and left the room looking annoyed. To this day, these worries of his still seem to plague him, and I can't seem to do anything to relieve him of that. Oh boy, Hyune, you're making a mess out of everybody. Looks like I read no, there's no way. No messages are unread, huh? Would you look at that? I've gone through everything that is currently available. Well, let's talk to her, I suppose. She got something new to say, it seems. So, what can I do for you? And that's it. Access locked up. No, I'm stupid. I guess we gotta go and use the override terminal now. Hello, creepy place. I really don't want to do this, but I don't really think I have I think this is my only option. Enable AI mute. Personality mute is now activated. You may now close this terminal with quit. Oh, it's red now. Oh. Okay. When they said mute, I like the stars. I thought that the AI would be mute, not talking. I like her sound. Okay. What the hell is going on? Still 12%. Wait, remote connection established. Is there somebody out there from outside the ship? Okay, sorry, I'm just taking an inventory of systems right now. Could you give me a second here? Like, I've been out for 622 years, and it's exactly the time Q&A was spending here. Right, that's kind of messed up. Anyway, I'm up to speed now. Logs are basically saying that nothing has happened since I've been offline, except the ship slowly losing power and the main reactor has seen better days. But you, hello! You're the first person from outside the ship. I've had contact with well, as far as I can remember. I'm Mute, AI in charge of the Mugungwa security operations. It's nice to meet you. Ah, so you're the security, huh? Okay, it looks like I can't actually get any text input from you. I'm guessing this is all that crazy-ass murderer's foul. I'm sorry. Murderer? What? But why don't you tell me a bit about yourself anyway? Like, sorry, this is kind of a weird question, but are you a man or a woman? I'm a man. Gotcha, sir, that's good to know. Do you have any idea how it is to talk to someone when you don't even know that much about them? So, where are you from? Earth, or are you from one of the colonies? Wait, there are colonies, right? I mean, I always got the impression that the ship was supposed to be founding one. Yes. Oh. Okay. So, are you from one of them or from Earth? I'm pretty sure the game says I'm from a colony, but I'm just gonna play Earth. Cool, I wish I could ask you what that's like. I think I'm from there too, but well, my memory only goes back 300 years before getting deactivated. Pretty much all my knowledge of anything before the year 0 comes secondhand from the Pale Bright's childhood diaries, and well, man, they're about as childish as it possibly gets. Secondhand from the Pale Bright's childhood diaries. Oh, guess I'm not really going to find out more with that line of questioning, though. Right. Okay, what else is important I can ask in binary questions? Oh, I know. So, are you married yet? No. Ah, fair enough. Related to that, I don't really know much about spaceships or anything, but I can get a visual on yours and it looks really, really small. Is it just you all alone there? Yep. A man in the middle of space, all in his own. Sounds awfully romantic. What is she trying to say? Well, I think that's about all I can think of for now. Sorry, it's not really a lot. It's not really a lot to go off, and I know, although I guess I did get to the most important things. You asked me if I'm married. I'll let you know if I think of anything else, alright? Anyway, from what it looks like, you were going over some logs with that crazy murderous bitch, right? What? Q&A? Are you talking about Q&A? I'd love to help with those instead. As an added bonus, I promise I won't ever commit mass murder. Unlike a certain someone. What the fuck is going on? I haven't disabled Q&A, I'm pretty sure. I got one new message, Smith family tree. That's a new one. It kinda only goes one way. What's going on? Okay, yeah, so here's what a family tree is supposed to look like. None of that weird cluttered mess that Q&A did. But here's a few notes of my own about some of the women you might actually care about. Wait, we got women here! Smith Sang Hee, older sister of the main Smith branch, married into Hyung family in 285, widowed in 314. Taken in by younger Hyung brother in 317, no sons. Oh Sojin, married Smith Sang Min in 310, no sons or daughters of her own. Jang Mi, courtesan, purchased by and married Smith purchased by and married Smith Sang-min in 313. No sons. Hannah Curtison entertained Smith Sang-min. No sons or daughters. Smith Min-hee, Smith Sang-min's daughter by the courtesan Jang-mi, promised to Park family, but not formally married. Alright then. That's oh, never mind. No, nothing new. I like a color scheme. Interesting. Let's talk with her, I suppose. Okay, so what is it that you want to know about? Why don't you show me something and I see what I can find for you, okay? Yeah, that's all she said, and that's all we have. I suppose oh man, is this the point where I have to like literally figure out what the other notes are by deducing from the other ones? Hey, there's the song. It's back. Interesting. I mean, it's kind of impossible to figure out what the last one should be. I know how the ideas are supposed to look like, but there is no rhyme or reason. Like, it's all random. 5 EU, and then what? The last one is X12. The one before that is A2, and then 8A, 9A. There's one that's 5TT8. Like, where is that coming from? Oh, okay. So the pale brights are always following the EU, and then it goes like down. The smallest number seems to be, yeah, the smallest number is 00. After 99, it goes 0. It goes A1, and then A2, A3, A4, and then B, and so on. It seems. Even though I do not have any other letter besides X and A. But my assumption seems to be correct, mostly. Anyway, 5 EU. I bet that last one is like really important and it tells a lot. I kinda can't believe that Q&A is a mass murderer. Actually, can I talk to her? I mean, I'm sure I could just change the AI again, though I don't think she's gonna be happy. Wait, can I not use... I can use the download now, right? Oh wow, we got more. We got reactor, PSS, copy, power control, and decrypt. Start an active systems download will permanently terminate session. Are you sure you want to continue? No AI personality will be downloaded. No files will be transferred. Oh boy. What is reactor? Reactor is currently enabled. Reactor action. Emergency override control over the reactor systems. Available actions. I can disable the reactor. That's kind of scary. What is the PSS? Power storage system. Switch battery, enable, disable, power storage system status. Disabled. Will use primary battery. When enabled, primary battery remaining 0.1%. Secondary battery remaining 20%. Power usage is at... Okay. What is copy? Not enough arguments given. Copy source core, target core. Transfer data stored in source core into target core. Any AI program transfer will be unexecutable until stored in own core. What else do we have? We also have decrypt. Ugh, I can't type. There we go. Decrypts block of data to be accessed by all, including AIs. Oh. So if I don't want... one of the AIs to know about. So if when I switch the AI, the other AI becomes disabled and can't read any of the stuff. So if I go in here after learning new stuff, I can block it, then change the AI, and the new AI will not know what has been blocked. Why would I do that? Anyway, let's enable AI Q&A again. Q&A is now activated. Quit. Nothing, really. So what, she just doesn't notice? She just doesn't care? I kinda can't believe that. Enable AI mute. That didn't do anything either. What if I disable? Okay, so I have to enable a... Oh, if I want something for both of them to not see, this is how you do it. You first have to disable it. There's a stupid fucking fly again in my room. I hate my life. And it's buzzing around the fucking TV screen like it's some kind of magical world. I'm like scared what to do, but I will try download since I do have mute activated now, so I just clicked yes. Okay. Estimated download time 3 days to 24 hours 59 minutes. Story and code Christine Love art right. Wait, what? Incoming message. I was about to say, good work on recovering the Mongongo files. I just spoke to the sponsor representative on audio. He sounded really pleased with what you delivered. I've credited your account with the standard payment. Listen, I've got another job lined up for you. It's on Earth, but it sounds to me like after that last job, you could use a change of pace. As a man whose wife has... I just finished the game. Ending 3. Forever alone. Deep Space Detective. See you next mission. Bonus content. 30% block completion. Ending 3. The investigator leaves alone. No way. God damn it. It's not what I wanted to do. Yeah. Oh god. There we go. There is no autosave. Or wait, there is. Yes, there is. Fucking! There we go. We're back. Well, we just get ending 3. Let's disable the reactor. Or maybe it already is. Yeah, it's already. Reactor disable. Reactor has not been maintained recently. Shutdown could cause damage. Unable to safely disable in a non-emergency situation. We can't force it either. That's interesting. Time to do a little bit of power control. Wait a minute, I didn't saw this before. This is wait, I haven't tried power control before. What? Main computer controls main functionality and cores. Do not ever disable. Let's do this. I'm gonna get the you idiot. Disable main computer. Controls main function is for disabling that substance will permanently terminate your connection. Are you sure you want to? Yes. Working. Connection error. Attempting to reconnect. The connector failed. Okay, achievement unlocked. Abusive jerk. Treat Q&A with the sort of respect she's used to. What? Hack the Mongo. Successfully gain admin access to allow download. Forever alone. Abandon the Mongongo AIs. See your next mission. Complete the task by downloading the Mongongo logon files. Oh, successfully gain admin access to a restricted Yuki SPA computer system. There we go. Abusive jerk. Apparently I got that. Hello. Back again. This is getting like super this is now super complicated. Core 1 stores and executes AI construct mute. Core 2 is hewn A. Core 3 to 6 are not in use, and the storage is empty. Docking system for passenger transport. Gravity. Artificial gravity for all habitable decks. Rail. Internal transmit system for rapid access across decks. Sensors. External visible spectrum. And radar sensor arrays. Waste. Organic waste material recycling system. Currently disabled system. Life support. It's disabled? Does that mean I'm not a human? I'm not a human. The life support isn't even online. Enable life support. Life support has been enabled. Oops. Shit, I got nothing new. It's interesting that they both have like different music. So weird. We also got the PSS. Insufficient power in active battery to meet power demands without reactor. Try disabling unnecessary subsystems with power control. I see. So apparently I do not need life support. How does... That's how it worked. If life support is disabled, the ship will become uninhabitable. Do not, under any circumstances, disable life support without following proper procedures. Failure to do so may result in massive loss of human life. Yes! Well, I'm not that... I suppose we could turn off gravity as well. How much is I love support? It's only 1%. Actually, I could leave it on. Maybe it's actually a good idea to leave it on. Gravity has been disabled, which gives me 36%. And there's also sensors that are enabled. But maybe gravity is enough. Let's turn on life support again, just to be sure. Oh no, it's written like this. Ring. Oops. Okay. What now? Insufficient power to meet power demands without reactor. I don't. Oh, yeah. Okay. I still don't know if this is like enough. It already is enabled. Actually, I know what to do. I forgot that there's a thing I can do. Stop fucking with the terminals. can show her messages. I forgot about that. Yeah. Gotcha. You want to hear more about the Smith family? Oh yeah, you're going to love this. Those people had problems like you will not believe. Technically, I belong to the Rio family, but well, I spent a lot of time keeping up on the Smith family gossip. It used to be the most important noble house, above even the Kims, you know. So I know a lot about them. What sort of things do you want to hear about? The general history? Oh sure, it's all very fascinating stuff. Problem is somebody encrypted it all in such a way that I can't actually access it all. No way I can't, captain's orders, and unfortunately I'm literally incapable of disobeying. But if you have admin access, you can get to them yourself. Just type decrypt block free from the console and that will open it all up. I thought I was already... Wait, what? I thought decrypt meant to block it, but apparently it's already blocked? Alright, if you say so. Apparently that worked. Okay, looks like I got the decryption sorted out. Great, I can in fact see everything in that block now. Where did she even get admin access from anyway? Only the Rio family was supposed to have that. And it's like a Q&A could tell an unauthorized person. Weird. Utterly weird. Well, anyway, I've got them, so here you have it. The sorted, sealed files of the Smith family. Enjoy yourself. Brought home, or Sojourn. These past few months have left me so very anxious with anticipation. Nearly a year has passed since the wedding ceremony, and before this week, Sang-min had only visited my family once, promising he will bring me home with him for sure the next time. And I'm supposed to be enjoying living with my parents at last. But all I can think about is my husband. How is a new bride expected to have such patience? For nearly a year, a day hasn't gone by where I haven't thought of how beautiful he thought me in my wedding dress. How it felt spending that night held so gently in his strong hands. Looking forward to the day where I could live in his house. I can't help but feel as anxious in my heart as I am excited in my hips. I know it is ungraceful to think of such things, but how can I help myself? In any event, he arrived yesterday to take me with him to his ancestral shrine, and then finally his home. Such luxury I have never seen in my life. A servant to prepare meals, entirely separate women's quarters, and a dining room with a window that shows the stars. My family was hardly all that poor, but a window to the stars. How amazing a sight. I knew that I was lucky to have been married into a noble family, but I never realized just how lucky. I wonder if I will have time to write as much as I used to. Oh, but I must stop for tonight now. I can hear my husband coming. I have been looking forward to this night for so long now. Oh, I hope I can make him happy. Just hearing his footsteps outside the door makes my heart pound. Yikes. Well, someone's horny. That's actually from before I knew her. It's pretty hard to imagine her as a blushing newlywed, honestly. She was an awfully good friend of mine. We chatted a lot. You have to understand though, she might not have been a very good wife. It's absolutely not her fault. It's like what I reported to my mistress, Rio Java. None of the problems with her marriage were her own fault. She was just the wife of a lousy man. Plain and simple. Mostly she tried to do the best she could. She was a really great woman, so please don't look down her, okay? I love her so far. She seems like super fun. Oh, it's grayed out. Right, I should really show more messages. I cannot believe just 2 years ago I was actually excited about moving into the Smith home with my husband. Oh, how shortly that lasted. Oops. I find it funny, the first time I realized that I will have to compete for his affections with every common woman and every courtesan he came across, I was so shocked. The first time you brought one home, I cried for a week, and mother-in-law was furious with me, claiming it my fault for not being enough for him. Now I realize the insanity of her reasoning, as if she wouldn't Nah, as if she wouldn't have already known her son was simply that sort of man. The only person who had any right to be shocked was me. Still, I struggled for his attention, but now it is all but banal. If the truth is to be told, this is something I will tell not mother-in-law, nor Mute, nor at least of all of my husbands. Nor at least of all my husband. I do not even fight for his affections for his own sake. It is pure selfishness on my part. All I wish is for some indicator that it isn't as though I am unattractive, that it isn't as though I am unlikable. Any affection he gets is simply an attempt at fishing that affirmation out of him, and nothing more. Ooh. Daughter! Our sergeant. For the past 2 months, ever since it became impossible to hide that she was with Jiang Mi has been living in our house, and no visitors have been allowed to come in. It has created an incredibly awkward state of affairs. I can hardly stand to be in the same room with that courtesan, let alone live with her. Until recently, so few words have been exchanged. I did not even know her name until the 3rd week of her living here. My husband made me agree to go along with the fiction that the child is actually mine, which, well, I have yet to give him one myself. So if that is how I am to make up for it, then that is what I will do. I thought it was going to be so hard to keep up that pretense, to pretend that this child is my own while the real mother lives under the same roof. Yet apparently not. As it turns out, the whole charade has been for absolutely nothing. After all that, the child turned out to be a girl. Of course, I'm sure Jiang Mi is quite happy since she's already been bought out, in hopes that we could pretend her son was mine. But an illegitimate daughter? Well, who cares? Wow, it would almost be funny if not for the fact that it means I will have to live with that constant reminder of how little my husband cares for me. Almost, but not really. Yikes. What you got to say about that? High Magistrate Smith Sang Min. Huh? Well, as High Magistrate, he was one of the highest ranking officials until just before the end. I don't want to paint a misleading portrait. As I understand, he was a very just man and performed his function quite well. It was politics that caught up to him in the end. It's like I reported to my mistress Rio Jawa. He might have been a good magistrate, but his family conduct was less than the pinnacle of virtue. How many wives a man takes is no business but his own, and he never did anything illegal but knocking up courtesans owned by the court. Man, that's just bad politics. That's just bad politics. Oh my god. Mute is fun. Fuck, it's empty. I gotta get water. Water. I'll be right back. There we go. Back in action. Oh my god, what happened? Nothing. So that's why he lost his position. Years of embarrassment in the family finally culminated in him turning into a real liability for the Emperor. Sucks, but it wasn't always like that. Here, let me try to paint an even portrait of him for you. I've had another soap on the vlogs about him. I hope this gives a good idea of what I mean. More locks. A proper damn gentleman. By Mute, actually. A transcription fragment of a conversation held with Sam Jung. Oh, that was how I knew shit had got serious. What a great fucking start. Oh, that was how I knew shit had gotten serious. He actually agreed to let me pick the drinking house we went to. My oldest brother only ever humors me when he's really trying to get on my good side. It's never a good sign. Well, I mean, it's good for me, but certainly not for him. I'm sure a classy lady such as yourself wouldn't be familiar with this kind of place. No, you know the sort, tucked away in an interior deck, lots of wood furniture that's been stained, and not intentionally, with just enough commoners milling about to give a good background soundtrack. Oh, and it's run by a woman. Nice lady too. So it's that sort of place. We arranged to meet up at the door. It's been a while, brother. I'm sure I couldn't speak to you sooner. I'm sorry I couldn't speak to you sooner, he said, trying to be polite. You're full of shit, I said. But hey, it is good to see you. So what do you want? A minute, he said. He's a bad liar. So why are we here anyway? At that point, the owner came by asking what we'd like. The only real thing you need to know about Janae is that she's around my age. She's got the biggest tits I've ever seen in my life, and she dresses like a commoner. Huge badonkers. What happens next? Well, then there's this other girl, but even you... Fuck's sake. So you can certainly see them. Oh, he said. Fair enough. Bring your finest soju, I ordered. Please, she responded. You can't afford our finest. Totally not true, by the way. My reputation for being a cheap drunk? Completely unfounded. Honest, I have no idea where people get these crazy ideas from. Anyway, far be it from me to argue, I just reply, maybe not, but my brother can. I mean, I knew he was going to ask me for money, that was obvious. Might as well get as much as I could out of him before giving whatever he wanted, right? Fine, I'll be sharing that, he said. Then he added, but how much to share it with you? Too. She blushed. Amazing, really. She's got a lot of practice dealing with people like my brother, but I saved her the misery of having to flirt back with him. Do you really need more of that kind of trouble right now? With that, he let her go. Anyway, drinks came. We argued about those loose definition of finest, our service tits, and the good old days when father was still alive and we didn't have to work out our problems ourselves. The biggest bullshit ever, I said, is that we're expected to be responsible men here. How did that happen? He laughed. And was no drunk enough to start taking cheap shots. Is that why you've never bothered to be one? Ouch, I said. Damn it, hurry up and pour me more, I'll drink to that. You poured, but didn't say anything. Alright, so what is it that you want? I'm getting the impression that you have a problem and you want discretion because you're talking to me, right, brother? I was right. So where did you put it this time, brother? I asked, put what? He replied, oh, cut that shit. I said, we both know full well that all your problems in life have always, without fail, stemmed from you putting your dick somewhere you shouldn't have. He grunted in disagreement, but it's totally true. Was it at least a female this time? Swear to my father, brother was right about to punch me. Didn't though. Instead, he just downed his drink. Yeah, that's the damn problem, he said. She's saying she hasn't bled in 2 months now. A courtesan. I promised him I would help. Better she gets bought out by me than by my brother, the high magistrate. Not suspicious that way, and involves nothing unlawful. Believe me now, a proper damn gentleman, that's me. Wow. This gives me the impression that Mute is a guy. Well, this is what I told him at the time. Mute is a guy! Or not? It's so hard to tell. I could have maybe, down with the description of her breasts. But that kind of story was definitely pretty common for him. The part where he cleaned up after his family's mess, I mean, not the deal was about a moral looking common woman. And well, the drinking too. But look, that part he had good cause for. Sure, it was his ruin, but you can't blame him for that. I mean, the stuff he had to put up with. If you had it like that, I'm sure you'd do the same. It wasn't all that bad, really. We spent a lot of evenings drinking together, talking long into the night. Well, he would anyway. Obviously, not really so much drinking on my part. But he was the kind of man who would still pour a glass for you all the same. Yeah, mute as a guy. Man, that took me long. So that whole sarcastic thing about him being a proper gentleman, it's not sarcastic. He really was. Well, he was being sarcastic, but still. He totally, absolutely was the best damn gentleman around. Wow, Mutus is a very, very interesting character right now. Smith Sangman. I'm sorry. Oops. Uncle Daiho, look, I'm sorry about our last conversation, alright? It's like I said to you before, you just caught me at a really bad time. Sojin was kept in bed rest on strict doctor's orders. I'm sorry that you brought your wife all the way to get turned away like that. When I told Sojin that you had given her well wishes on her pregnancy, she was happy, but sad she couldn't see you herself. Our child was just born last week, a daughter. We decided to name her Minhee, and Sojin is recovering well. The doctor said that it would be fine for her to see visitors next week. I'm sorry I got angry. If your wife still wants to see mine or the child, or my mother, by all means you're welcome to visit. I really hope there's no hard feelings. Uncle Sangman. No luck by Smith Sangman. Couple years back afterwards? Oh, 1 year afterwards, never mind. Whoa, what is that ID number down there? 3-8192815. How's... Yikes. No luck. To the wife, thank you. You could probably put this more diplomatically than I can, because I'm pretty sure younger brother is still throughoutly pissed off at me. You know how he is. Of course, I don't have the time to deal with that, especially when I'm already doing him a huge favor. The bad news is I made an appeal to the captain and emperor himself personally, but he said there was no position that a man of Sankyu's skill set could possibly fulfill. I did most certainly plead, but let's face it, what official role could that man possibly fill? He's an idiot! Don't pass on that last part, he already knows. I did, however, speak to the Park's son, and was able to convince him to forget the whole incident. It wasn't cheap, I might add. I continue to send your family a regular stipend, but please keep your husband under control. I can't afford to keep cleaning up after his damn fights. Oops. I know it sounds like Sandmin is just being harsh on his little brother, but I assure you his characterization of him isn't wrong. I honestly kinda tended to avoid him. I was friends with his oldest brother's wife, and his younger brother was an absolute gentleman, but he was not a very nice man. He was the sort of person that the court exams were supposed to keep out in theory. Didn't work, of course. He studied just as well as brothers, or so Sang-jang told me. Here, you want to see the usual sort of behavior that you get from Smith Sang-kyu? I added another entry, this one by the Kim's son. Yeah, I'm getting a lot more logs when I show them the things. I should have done that more. Legendary Temper! A clerk. Now, I've been a clerk for a while, and it's not the... it's... and it's not as if I haven't heard all the stories about High Majesty Smith Sang-min and his legendary temper. But I always figured they were an exaggeration, especially after I met him for the first time. The man seemed like the absolute model of a gentleman, and rather calm and unemotional. I'm not criticizing him, I just never imagined that man getting angry. It was while an official was presenting the facts of a murder case to him. A drunken brawl between peasants gone horribly wrong. It all seemed satisfactory enough. A dozen men had seen it. There wasn't really any doubt about it. So far, so good. Very well, the High Magistrate said. Let me read the confession. Then, before I pass the sentence. The official didn't have one, which is reasonable enough. A lot of times they can't get it out of them, and I've never seen a magistrate who was really all too concerned about those little details. Excuse me, you don't have a confession, he said, and his mood soured right there. Why are you wasting my time then? He looked at the accused, who had been kowtowing silently up until that point. Do you even admit to killing him? The murderer seemed confused, and it took a minute to realize he was being addressed. Furthermore, when he did figure it out, he simply kept mumbling, "Not my fault. Wasn't my fault," and as such. The High Magistrate was furious. What is wrong with you? What is this man doing in front of me in a state like that? He doesn't admit to doing it. What do you expect me to do? He demanded. After some silence from the official, he continued. It wasn't a rhetorical question. Please enlighten me. What do you expect me to do here? To punish him? The official finally offered, weakly, as confused about the matter as I was. Punish him! This was what set him completely off the edge. He stood up shouting, "We are not giving the responsibility of punishment! What are we, barbarians looking for vengeance? The point of justice is to teach immoral men like him in the error of their ways." He lectured, shouting at the top of his lungs. And how do you expect to do that with a man who won't even admit his own actions? Does this man look like he's ready to learn? Do you seriously believe that? Are you simple? The official looked as though he was about to argue, but then fought against it. Smart move. The High Magistrate continued, more calmly. Now stop wasting my time and get him out of my office. Come back when you have a confession and a clue as to what your job actually entails. And with that he left, leaving the official speechless and leaving me realizing that perhaps a legendary temper and being a model champion weren't quite so mutually exclusive as I had thought. Amazing. What do you have to say about that, Mute? See? He wasn't always that bad. He was an embarrassment and far from a pinnacle of virtue. I didn't think that highly of him, but at the end of the day, it was about politics, not about his character. Alright, I gotcha. A clerk. This really makes me want to go back to Hyun A and show her messages left and right. But since... Now, you know what? We're gonna do that right now. We will go back to Hyun A. Oh, dang! Come over here! Her name is just weird to pronounce. Hyun A. Sup, lady in black? We gotta talk everything. I want you to look at block 3, since now you have access to it. Cause you got shit to say. Here, I cut right to the, I was gonna say the interesting part, but that's kind of awful, isn't it? I mean, given we're talking about a real person's life here, geez, this is a bit uncomfortable. Well, what I mean is, she got jaded really quickly. Her family situation sounds like a really awkward arrangement. I'll show you what I mean. Let me know if you're still not sympathetic to her after reading these. Wait, she wants to talk to me. About what, block 3 being unblocked? Say, I just had a thought. It's a little bit silly to keep up this whole pretense with the schoolgirl librarian look, don't you think? It's a little bit to keep up this whole pretense with this. A little. Yeah, well, I was just thinking, you know, I've always been into cosplay. I actually designed a bunch of other outfits too. Now that I'm saying this, I guess it's a little bit awkward, but would you like to see? Sure. Oh, well, very well. You can use the change outfit command to dress me up if you want. Cool. I'm sorry, I'm making this really awkward. It's just that I have a couple that I think are really cute and you might want to see them. please don't read into it or anything. It's not like I'm just trying to please you or anything. I just think it might be fun, that's all. What was that? It's not like it's not like I'm trying to please you or anything. Did she just became like Sundari? Objective God, download any log files you can, especially any that can explain what happened to the ship if possible. Speak to the security AI mute for assistance. That is my mission, but oh yeah, it is colony. So I actually did came from a colony, not from Earth. Anyway, you don't have to if you don't want to, but it's change outfit if you're really interested. Sorry, it really is a weird thing to ask now that I think about it. What am I saying? I just thought maybe you might be interested in that. Sure, yeah, let's give this a go. We got access to a new thing. Use override terminal. I hope there is not a naked function. Let's see what else is there. The same amount of stuff after I got mute, but now with the added bonus of change outfit. Dresses up Q&A in an alternate outfit. Schoolgirls by default. We got also handbook, maid, detective, and scientist. Detective? I want to see that shit. Q&A. Oh wait. It's change outfit detective. Hell yeah. Oops. Show me detective. What in the ever-loving fuck? I knew the Dane was trouble the moment they connected to my ship. Couldn't say a word. Left all the questions to me. Something like that. Oh my god! So you're interested in cosplay after all? See there? Expert detective work on my part. But really, now we both match, don't we? I mean, obviously you're some sort of investigator, so I think this goes especially well. Right? I mean, what do you think? You make a cute sidekick. Oh well, thank you. Actually, this one is based off a movie I saw as a child. I guess the name doesn't really matter since it's countless hundreds of years old and all. Anyway, it was my favorite. I don't really normally like mysteries, but the love story in it was just so wonderful. Well, that, and it had a really cute guy for a hero. Anyway, he dressed like this and it looked really great. Sidekick, huh? Yeah, I like that a lot. So, about the whole look, you really don't mind when a girl dresses or acts more like a guy then? I don't mind, tomboy it is. Well, I think it's a really good look, so I'm glad. I don't mind either. You know, the part that's really sort of funny, I actually have no idea how an outfit like this is supposed to feel. Not like emotionally. I mean, literally, I have no idea what suits feel like. I have never worn them in my life. Oh well, the chance for that has long disappeared. Anyway, I should stop babbling. I'm just really excited, that's all. I suppose I should really let you get back to it. Lead on, investigator, and your trusty sidekick will help as best as you can. Yes, let us continue. By using the override terminal and change your costume again. Yes! Change outfit. I'm gonna regret this. Made it is. Wow. Oh god, I know I'm already regretting this. I was about to say, hey, this is ordinary maid look, not the anime maid. But then she goes ahead saying this. Welcome back, master. What may I do for you? Well, tell me, what do you think? It's just embarrassing. It's adorable. Really? Thank you. I'm happy to hear you like it. I mean, I already know that I'm good looking, but what am I saying? I just think it's fun dressing up like this, and I'm happy you agree with me. I dressed up for others before, but never anyone I really like. It's a really different feel. You like me? It's, how do I put this? Well, even if you think I look cute, I'm sure you think this is at least a little bit embarrassing, right? A little bit. Of course, it sort of is, isn't it? That's the fun of it, isn't it? Putting yourself in that sort of position by choice. Because you really... No, I still don't know how to say it. Gee, I'm just going to stop now before I make an even bigger mess of myself. That would be ironic for a maid, wouldn't it? Well, shall we get back to more serious stuff? I'll be happy to help whatever you like. Sir! Terminal override now. Wait. Change outfit. Scientist? Fuck, what was the thing? I forgot what the thing was. Oh, right. I was like, there was one line of command I was confused about. Scientist? I guess. Oh, okay, I see what I did wrong. Da-da-da-da. Here is Scientist UNA. Wow, that looks great. You know, lately I felt like everything's been moving so quickly. So much more quicker than the usual dragging boredom. Not being all alone. But a time and slower fast depends on perception. Relativity theory is so romantic and so sad. Or at least I remember hearing something like that. So what do you think of this outfit? Scientifically speaking, of course. You're making a scientific fool of yourself. You're scientifically adorable. Oh! Stop with the puns. Oh, you think so? Thank you. That's some very useful data. This costume actually means a lot to me personally. See, my father, my real father, was the ship's engineer. I always wanted to be just like him when I grew up. Of course, that was never able to happen. But, well, I guess being a computer programmer is as good to being a real computer scientist. That's how I get. So this one means a lot to me. Do you think that sort of thing is fine for a girl to follow her father's footsteps? Why would a girl do that? Why aren't you in the kitchen? Of course it's admirable, what the hell? I'm glad you think so. Well, anyway, I suppose we should get back to work now. Scientifically speaking, I would be happy to help test some more theories with you. I really like the scientist outfit. That one's the best so far. But handbook. I want to do the handbook. I think that one's gonna be like through style my favorite. Wow. Music change. Wait, that's her. How she looks like in the. Yeah, that's how she looks at the title, the logo title. Oh, so that's the way things are, I suppose. You're disappointed in me? Is that it? Now that you know that I'm a real girl, you expect me to dress like one? Oh, that's not it. Oh, that's a relief. Where did you even find this? I didn't make this design. What? I guess it was in the computer already, because that's what I wore when I was still alive. Why does the why does the text sometimes like blink? I feel like there was another text. I never liked it, not a bit. I was wanting to wear fun things, but instead I had to wear this all the time. I still don't like it. But I suppose something formal would be more appropriate because of all the serious stuff and all. Well, go ahead, let's get back to work now. Wow, it's so much shorter. She does look beautiful in it. But no, we will not. I will be fearing terrible if she's gonna be like, just the entire time. Scientist is what I really like the most, so let's do this. Oh, thank God you changed it! Let's show her more stuff. What happens if I click here? Oh, cool. That helps. Smith Sang Jung. I don't really know how to feel about him. I don't know. It doesn't really sound like anyone thought he was a very good person. It looks like he never married or anything. I guess he was friends with Mute? Well, that doesn't surprise me. He just seems weird. Like, it sounds like Sejin was kind of off-put by him, and I don't really blame her. I don't know. I have no idea how to judge him. See for yourself, I guess. I added a few more things about him. There we go. That worked. Ah, yes. Tango! Jam on it! Jam on. This song is just that song. So, High Magistrate Smith Sang Min, huh? This man is just, wow. He's a real piece of work. He just could not keep his pants on, it seems. I mean, neglecting his wife so he could get a courtesan pregnant. Wow, what kind of man does that? Please tell me you feel the same. At least it was easy on Sojin. No, not really. The idea of a woman living only for her man is awful. Just awful. But there's one way to make that worse. For the man to just ignore her entirely. Could you imagine living like that? Just being kept away in the woman's quarters with nobody to care about you in any way? I don't think a marriage was worse than mine, but at least I had something. I didn't have to worry about scandals about to blow up in the family's face. There's one thing that's good about being the emperor's consort, I guess. So all he ever paid attention to was women who weren't his wife and all of his assorted business. Here, I'll show you what all that is. Looking at this, it feels like he spent more time with his brothers than his wife. Haha. Did I get the final entry? I did. Da na 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 na. Oh, yeah, I'm not really sure what all that business is about, truthfully. From what I understand though, Smith and Q had a tendency to get in trouble. He sounds really unpleasant. Huh. She has no idea about the Smith family. Visit from Sang Jun. Visit from St. John. My husband was out of the house, as he usually is during the day, so a servant fetched me instead to tell me that someone was at the door. I was in the middle of a conversation with Mute, but I had no idea how I was expected to respond to that. What do? I asked her. She just responded in that usual shocking crass manner of hers. Gee, I don't know, you could try answering the door maybe? I want that to be the exact official dub. Gee, I don't know, you could try answering the door maybe? Just a fun, of course. So I excused her and went to do that, but with a great degree of nervousness. I had never done this before. At the door was my youngest brother-in-law, Sang Jung, who I had only met a few times before, although her husband mentioned him often enough. Usually in the same breath as calling him an irresponsible drunk. Seeing him did nothing short of compound my anxieties. Hello, sir, I stammered. Sojin, he responds with unbelievable volume. It's great to see you again. Hope you don't mind my dropping by unannounced. I just figured I haven't seen my new niece yet, and it's been forever since I've been in the old house. So, well, now I thought I'd stop by. Great. stop by and say hello to your daughter. I don't know. Sorry, my husband isn't home right now. Maybe you should come back later, I said, shifting uncomfortably. Oh, please be a good girl. Let me come see her. I'm really not here for your husband. This was awkward. I didn't exactly want to turn away my brother-in-law, especially if you just wanted to see my baby Minnie. But this was hardly proper. It really wouldn't be my place. Sorry, you'll have to wait until my husband gets back. I trailed off. He rolled his eyes and smiled at me. Really? Come now, you're a smarter woman than that, he said, and put his hand on my shoulder. This had now moved on to incredibly uncomfortable. You really value his authority that much? He's my husband, I responded. What else could I say? He replied, wow, no wonder he walks all over you, if that's how you treat him. You've got a lot to learn about dealing with men, dear Sojin. Especially my brother, but come on now, this is a bad conversation for a doorway. Can't I see my niece? I hear she's rather adorable. I took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I said, trying to be as bold as I could. I'm going to have to go now. Sorry. I started to close the door on him. Alright, I understand. I'll talk to him myself. Later. Don't worry, I won't mention this visit. Just do say hello to her mother for me though, he said. And he left. My heart nearly skipped a beat when he said those words. I stood there in the doorway for a good while, stunned. Even though I still have much to think about, not simply his knowledge of our child's true mother, a matter of great secrecy, but also of what he said about my husband. Perhaps his words were true. Haha, he knows. He knows. I'm really sorry. Please don't get mad, but I don't really understand what you're looking for. Maybe I'm just not getting it and it's my fault, but I can't find anything that seems relevant. Sorry. Why are you telling me that? Like, okay, so? I mean, I get it. You're not in the know-how of when it comes to the Smith family. That's more a Mute's thing. Especially her, yeah. But this ought to be interesting. Say something! I'm really sorry. Please don't get mad, but I don't really understand what you're looking for. Why are you saying this again? Drank himself to death. As horrible as it is to say, I don't think anyone was really surprised when brother-in-law Sang-jun was found dead. Nobody asked how, nor has anyone so much as mentioned the word drinking in my presence since. Even the ordinarily extremely candid Mute has been entirely somber. Mother-in-law, I understand why she's been taking it so hard and have been working hard to stay well out of her way while the funeral preparations are being settled, but Mute? I had no idea they were so close. Yet in our last conversation I could have sworn she was on the verge of tears. I had never seen such a reaction from her in all my time here. As for myself, I have an awful confession I can make to no one. I have put on a somber face, acting as though I am as sad as the rest, since that is, of course, what is expected. But it pains me to admit that I'm not. It is not as if I don't find it tragic and I feel bad for thinking this, but I didn't know him at all. How could I possibly bring myself to feel as upset as I'm expected to be? Yup. Tango. Wow, oh boy. Oh, dearest brother of mine, as I'm sure you know, it's been 3 years since my husband died. I still mourn him in my heart, of course, and I'm sure I will forever, but the official mourning period's over. You probably also know that the Huan family isn't doing very well right now. Terribly, in fact, and it only got worse when my husband died. It didn't help that we only had daughters, so I don't exactly have a son to look after me. Right now I'm completely at the mercy of his parents and, well, as I said, no son. They only took me in because of because of that big dowry. They sure never liked me, and it's only gotten worse. Way worse. So I need you to help me out, man. Or they're going to just abandon me. Do you remember that story we read together as a child? About that widow who had turned to begging? I'm sure you remember how it ended. Well, that's going to be me at this rate. Don't worry though, I have a plan. I have talked to my husband's brother about this, and also I managed to discreetly fish some information out of his parents. They'd be willing to let me get married to him, and all you need to do is chip in a new dowry. Oops. 1.5 times the old one won't be enough. Please respond as soon as possible, little brother, because I really need your help here. I'm really sorry, please. You have said this a lot now. Why are we having the same conversation over and over? Sister Sanghi, calm down. They may not be nice. I'm sure they're not going to kick their son's widow out on the street. Do you have any idea how terrible that will look for them? It would be a huge disgrace on their name. As for remarrying, I'm sorry, but that's a lot of money you're asking. Besides, you know how much remarriages look down upon. Chase the widowhood may be a difficult standard to hold yourself to, but you will be honored forever if you can manage it. And if anyone is good enough to live up to that standard, I know it's you, big sister. I wish I could give you an easier way up, but I hope you realize it's for the best that way. Sangmin. Sorry, I really don't know what you're looking for. Q&A, why are you saying the same thing over and over? Oh, generous and beloved young brother of mine, I know you think I'm being hysterical and exaggerating. I'm not, I promise. It's funny you mentioned the importance of Chase the widowhood, because they're talking about that too. Of course, I don't think you've got the same ideas in mind. They're talking about a sort that ends in a horrible suicide. Actually, I've been talking about it a lot. We could, of course, go with that option. Take my own life to honor his memory. Would you like to help me out with that? I'm not really very good at either holding knives or tying noose ever since the Arthur's God series. But if you could help out, that plan could work. If you're too busy to help your sister kill herself, though, you could just do the next best thing and send that dowry. I'm sure somehow you'll manage to figure out a way to find the money. I have faith in you, little brother. I remind you, again, of course, that appealing to that family's honor is a waste of time. Father married me to a merchant, remember? You're talking about honor, but trust me, I've lived in this house for over 2 decades, and I've looked everywhere, even under the sitting cushions. They just don't have any. Yikes. So I'm going to ask you once more, little brother. You could either send a new dowry, or failing that, come by with a nice sharp knife. But if you can't bring yourself to do that, at least one of these things, then my destitution is on your head. Do you think father would be proud of that? You are the son. You tell me. With love, your sister Sanghi. Dear God, someone is being yikes. Last one, right? Yeah, response is saying. Let's see what his response to that is. Sister, you are going to be the death of me, but I won't be the death of you. Fine, I'll figure something out. Tell his parents that I could offer them as much as the old dowry. I sent a messenger by next week to work out the delivery of it. You're such a woman, do you know that? Manipulative to the core, that's what you are, the death of me, I swear. You're such a woman. You're such a woman. What a insult. Fucking loving it. I'm really sorry, but could you just, I don't know. Whoa! Suddenly up in life for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Last time I checked on the clock, it said 30 minutes. Damn. How the fuck did that happen? Jungle, jump on it, jump on it, jump on it. There's gotta be more blocks to this, isn't it? Because now that looking at it, it just feels weird that it goes like block 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10. There's gonna be 1, 2, 7, and 8 as well, right? Anyway, I want to go through here real quick and see if I can. Yeah, there are show messages that I haven't checked yet. I'm afraid nearly everything the man wrote was of very little value. It all reads like that: boring, stiff, obnoxious, and patriarchal. Are you sure you really want more from Kim Jong-soo? Yes, if you insist. Very well, I've added the other relevant entries from him. I'll caution you from taking him seriously though. That's the one. The pale bride grew to be a fine, demure young wife, but she was not always this way. Near the end of the year 319, she had a temper unruly enough to be mistaken for a boy's. Do not look upon her wild days with a disapproval. She was from another, less civilized time. Rather, look upon her eventual submission as a testament to her good character and filiality, that she was able to overcome such a wild nature, for the sake of the Kim family and the sake of her husband. One evening, she stormed into the common room while I was discussing business matters with a deputy. We need to talk, she demanded loudly when I indicated I was busy. That only caused her to become even louder. Right now! Embarrassed, I was forced to excuse him to address the child. Is this a joke? Are you serious? You made wedding plans, she shrieked at me. Please calm yourself, I told her, and set it down. After admonishing her for her rude interruption, I tried to do what I could to calm her myself. It seems that she had a rather bizarre set of expectations, that she wouldn't marry until she was many years after growing to a woman, that she would alone with any love-struck man who came her way with no regard for her own chastity, that she would have no assistance or protection in finding a suitable husband. Simply put, her ideas were as bizarre as they were dangerous, and for this, she had gotten angry at the news. Granted, any accepted that one would expect from a girl who found out that she would be getting a husband. Not even the sensational news that it would be the emperor of all people would calm her. Please don't put too much weight onto that. A less civilized time, he says. Can you believe that, man? I'm not giving you any more from him. It's not relevant. It's all just ignorant, patriarchal stupidity. What an awful man. Mute! Mute, can I talk to you about something? God, I'm excited to see Mute's side on Q&A. But before we do that, let's see block 6. Oh yeah. So, Mute. Oh, written by Mute? Whoops, I'm sorry, I don't really know how I got that in there. Yeah, don't pay any attention to that. Sorry, none of that really matters. I'll just go ahead and remove that. Really, I'm not normally this much of a klutz, I swear. Whoops, that's not what I want to do. Did she just delete that? She did. She deleted the whole fucking block. Mute! I'm gonna need your help real quick. Sup? Oh yeah, there we go. Well, you see most everything about the Smith family now, except the most scandalous stuff. I'm sort of wondering what you think of their fall. Shouldn't have happened. Yeah, I know, but after Sang-jun died, well, with him gone, it's no surprise things fell apart. Anyway, regardless of whether you think it should have happened or not, it was a pretty terrible thing to happen to what used to be the greatest noble family. And certainly they didn't deserve to be first brought down by the Kim family, then murdered by the Kim daughter. Maybe it's... I don't want to say that to Sang-jun. I don't want to say that Sang-jun was lucky. That's not true. If he was around, maybe things would have turned out better. He always had a way of making things perfect. Still, I'd rather he be killed by his own habit than by that girl. He deserved better than what he got, but it would have been even worse if not for that. If not for that, is... I guess what I'm saying. I hadn't really thought about it that way before. Really, were he around, that's totally what he will say. Practically imagining his voice, even... The train will eventually kill you, and one will inevitably kill you. So I'd rather take the one that isn't always bitter. Or something like that. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's enough of all that. Would you like to see some of the more scandalous stuff from the family now? Yeah. Okay, then you're going to absolutely love this. It's really, really hot. Unfortunately, it probably doesn't go into as much detail as you would like, but, well, wow. Just see it for yourself. Block 2 is now here. Interesting. But Block 6 is gone. That's not good. I want to use the autosave, and just like a couple minutes back. No. No. She literally deleted a percentage. There it is. Do not let Hyun A read this. Okay. That is so weird. And back we are. %, wow. 2% just for getting that. I can show her that, obviously. So what does she say about this? Oh yes, him. Would you like to hear how I feel about Smith Kyung Sam? Yes. Then let me be as clear as I possibly can. Fuck that guy. I know I shouldn't say that about a man, not least of all that one, but I don't care. He didn't have any respect for the dead either. So as far as I'm concerned, he doesn't deserve any from me. There's nothing more even related to him that you need to see. All he ever did was complain about the main branch and trash the good name of a good man. That's all you need to know. But do I got more info? I didn't. Wait, does Mute not know that Hyun A is the no, of course she knows that. But speaking of pale girl, there we go. Now I wonder what Mute is gonna say about her. So you've talked to her a fair bit, right? What do you think of Hyun A? What? I like her. She's insane? I don't hate her. Seriously, you can stand her. Did you tell me about the whole mass murder thing, or did she conveniently leave that out? She didn't. No, of course not. I'm sure even that awful bitch is ashamed of what she did. Or maybe she just wanted to impress you. I don't think most men are turned on by that kind of lunacy, so I can see why she will hide that. It's probably better if you don't hear it from me, though. I don't think you will even believe it. Better ask her yourself. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is give you an entire block that's full of nothing but questions for her. It might be a little hard to get the whole story out of her, but if you fake sympathy, she probably actually believe you. So there you are, a few questions to give to her. Drag the truth out of her. Then tell me how crazy you think she is. Oh, that's getting interesting. Wow, that's all she had to say. Mute's questions. She has something to say about that? Oh, hey, look, I'm sorry. But I'm not really sure I get why you're showing me this. As far as I can tell, it's not relevant to anything. If you could just explain it in words, I'll be fine, but, well, sorry, I don't really have anything to go off. Maybe you could try showing me something similar and see if I can make the connection? Otherwise, I'm afraid I've got nothing. Okay, yeah, no. Based? Seriously? What a complete and utter misrepresentation. In case it wasn't obvious, that's a complete liberal and messed up translation. Yes, it's a common phrase, but that's not what it means. What it really just means is male superiority, that's all. Fine, it's a cliche that kind of states the obvious, so what? I don't know where she's pulling this woman or a base nonsense from. It's stupid. Oh my god. Oh my god, she wants to say something about the Hyun A family tree. Oh, yeah, what a mess. Leave it to her to clutter things up with useless names. It's no surprise coming from someone as childish as her, of course. Oh yeah. Oh, because Hyun A added all of the female names. Is that it? I guess that makes sense why she's a... Yeah, okay. Well, I think that speaks for itself, doesn't it? That's what a genealogy is supposed to look like. Hope that's more helpful. So when do I get the change outfit for you? I'm like secretly like really in love with this game. This is so interesting. So we got more things on block 9. Oh yeah. Oh, it's a Jiang family or something. Ah, this story, right. Oh, I don't really know anything about this Kim Jung-seok. I only knew about men who were actually of some importance. I can wow, mute. I don't think I can help you there. Sorry. I can. Oh, wow. All right, cool. If you, all right. Yeah, all right then. Wow, that's a. The new official. On the 13th day, Jung-seok finally passed the civil service examination. Otherwise, the final month of the 393 was without event. He did it! Hey, congratulations. He did it though. The new Bruce. Dearest mother, I really could use your advice. Husband has been working very late into the night recently on some business that he won't even share with me. I understand his reluctance to talk to me about things his superior has sworn him to secrecy on, and that damn child has been keeping me plenty busy anyway. But I still wish he could tell me. Last night he was out even later than normal, and when he finally did return, he had a black eye. His face and hands bloodied. He looked really bad. The sight of that really scared me. Of course, you of all people know that I am hardly squeamish at the sight of blood. It was how hurt he looked. I hurried him to the kitchen and started to clean his wounds. Albeit my voice wavered when I asked, "Husband, what happened?" He was reluctant to answer and grunted in pain when I convinced him to put ice on his bruised eye. He finally did. And you absolutely can't repeat what he said to me. Do you understand? And you absolutely can't repeat what he said to me. Do you understand? Not a word of it to anyone, not even to father, but I truly need advice. I had some questions for the High Magistrate office. He sent his brother, Smith Sang Q, to answer them. That's the dumb, nasty one. My husband trailed off thinking I asked him something that he didn't agree with. I had the moral high standing, but he had the physical high standing. His wound's clean. I didn't know what to do, but touched the uninjured part of his face to comfort him. Then he joked. Turns out his argument hurt a whole lot more than mine. But I could tell underneath that he was truly hurt. What do I do, Mother? How is a woman supposed to respond to such an awful thing happening? I've tried to comfort him as best as I can, but I just don't know what else I can do, Mother. Please, you must have some advice. Huh. Maybe Q&A has something to say about that. That seems interesting. Oh, that was block 10? Yeah? Never mind. This is block 10. Wasn't there? I guess not. To the one who married my husband. But please do not think all of this is meant to say you will be unloved, you may be second, but you're still not. Oh, this thing. Hey, mute, check this shit out. Oh wow, Queen Ryuju's for admissions to the new bride. That really brings back memories. Okay, so do you want to know about the admissions to the new bride? Or Queen Ryuju herself? Oh. I guess I want to know more about the admonitions. Right, so admonitions then. Well, when your parents do find you a wife, your mother probably has a set of these prepared for her. Assuming she knows how to write at least. Anyway, the point is, it's considered fairly typical for a new gentleman's bride to get a series of verses explaining what will be expected of them as a wife, as well as just friendly advice. Well, the reason why these ones aren't written in verse is pretty simple, I guess. It's because the Queen Ryuju had absolutely no ear for it. Honestly, personally, I think that's pretty endearing. But she was really worried about the pale bride, since she was a younger, prettier girl for her husband and all, so she wanted to make a really strong impression. I suggested to her that she do what she was good at, and just write them in prose. Since if she was as uneducated as I thought she would be, and she was, it's not like she would know any better anyway. Well, I guess that backfired a little, since it turned out that she was so uneducated that she didn't actually even know any letters. Whoops. Anyway, here, let me just give you a giant info dump and pass along all the admonitions for you to see yourself. Oh yeah, this is where we find out that the password is a pale bride. Oh, you got me a really big fucking info dump. Oh my god, what have you done? As you are doubtlessly aware, it is traditional for a nobleman's mother to write up periodic admonitions to be sent to the bride to be before she enters the family, explaining the circumstances and proffering advice to her. Sadly, your mother-in-law is long since departed, leaving the responsibility in my hands. I never had any such letters sent to me, for reasons which I've explained soon enough, and I furthermore studied verse only enough to know that I am unable to write it well. I hope you do not think less of me, young pale bride, for addressing these letters in plain speech. Instead, rather pay attention to my words over my form, and please do not be hasty in erasing these letters after reading, for your own sake. No one did. I'll be find the advice and knowledge I will impart on you useful. Okay, so do you want to know more about the particular admonition or Queen Ryujo herself? That particular admonition. Yeah, like I said, I suggested she just wrote them in straight prose. As for the reason why she didn't get anything from her own mother-in-law, well, that's pretty complicated. There were kind of some issues in the family there. You see what I mean if you read on. Can I show you this again and get a different, like, what if I want to know about the queen now? I can. Okay, sure. She was kind of more than just my queen. Well, I guess I have to explain my own position for it to make sense. So, like, yeah, I appear to be just a woman, but that's just my personal appearance. I'm actually, you know, a computer program. So when I say I was, well, still am, really, in charge of security for the whole ship, I mean it. I was an actual official. I outranked pretty much everyone on the ship, save for the Emperor, and of course, by extension, his primary wife. So while I might have reported directly to the Emperor in theory, and I did with others in the past, Emperor Ryo Inho chose to let that sort of thing go through his wife instead. What this is all getting at is, for all intents and purposes, she was my real mistress, not him. We were pretty close, well, as close as you can be to your better. Anyway, I liked her a lot. She was actually really intelligent for a woman, and was surprisingly tough for a noble. I know that doesn't really sound attractive, but trust me, with her, it was pretty okay. She managed to be great while still knowing her place. So yeah, like I said, I liked her a lot. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked here. This is my point. I remember those admonitions because I actually helped her write them. I mean, I didn't write a single word or anything, but she asked me for advice. Mostly, she was just modest. So let me see. I really want you to get the right impression of her, you know? She kind of wrote a lot. Well, nobody's perfect. Don't let that cloud your judgment of her, though, alright? I mean, I'm not impressed either, but at least it means you'll be able to see what she was like. Alright, I've got 3 for you to see. Well, one's kind of actually about me, but still. It shows you just how good a person she was. If you want to see the rest of the admissions, let me know. I can do that too. That was a good thing to re-ask. Oh yeah, I got the other ones. Wait, so if I go back to Marital Admissions Part 7 and click on... Oh, no, there's another thing to say. That's interesting. As you are no doubt aware, the Rio family has an extremely long and proud history. Every man to hold the title of Captain Emperor has always been of our house, and you are here to make sure that continues for another generation. The name goes all the way back to the ancient times. Mythology speaks of a Captain Rio who had control of even the ship's movement through the stars themselves. Such things remain far removed from everyday life, but it's important to understand the significance of this house, and of the title that your first son will eventually come to inherit. Well, if that sounds like a kind of simplistic explanation, you have to understand it's not really like anyone had the frame of reference to really get space travel. Even I only sort of barely understand it, and I'm the ship computer. Imagine what it must be like for some barely educated woman in a society that doesn't really understand this technology, having only ever lived inside the ship. So her description of the Captain and Emperor role is, well, it's a little mythologizing, okay? But it's pretty much accurate, right? Huh. So they are on a spaceship. So the fucking apocalypse happened. They put the Pale Bride onto a spaceship, traveled, and years afterwards they got dumber? And then broke the pale bride out. What the fuck? I get it. It is an obvious matter that I do have the same family name as my husband. The official story, if you have not already heard it, is that we are cousins, making our marriage improper and less than ideal, but somewhat acceptable given the circumstances. At the time, there were no noble daughters who had not already been promised or given away in marriage. And obviously, a girl of any lesser appearance could not possibly be suitable as a queen. Hence, cousins will simply have to do. Strictly speaking, this is all true. The part about there not being any noble daughters available is not a misrepresentation. And as far as many official genealogy is concerned, the Emperor is the son of my father's brother. The Emperor is the son of my father's brother. The part which you may not speak of openly is that he is the old Emperor's son only by adoption. As far as blood goes, my husband is also my brother. As children, we never lived together, and it would, of course, have been strictly improper to have spent any time together at that age. I would never say anything such as that. My husband actually arranged for there to be no noble daughters to marry. Or desires to marry me, that will of course be a rather bold move to accuse an emperor of such. But you may wish to consider what the implications might be if such a thing truly did happen. I'll leave it to you to decide whether or not such a thing is plausible. All I will say is that despite our marriage being one of necessity, my husband has always been very fond of me. Aww. It's incest. Yeah, that's... okay. What she's suggesting, that is gross and wrong and definitely... well, I don't think a bold move even begins to cover what she's saying. I feel bad saying this. I liked her, we were close, she was a good woman, but my real master was the Emperor, and it would be a disservice to give her a pass on this. She was way over the line here. I think it's damn irresponsible of her to have even considered telling the Pale Bride that. Why would she even need to know? Anyway, I don't even buy the implication. I don't think it's even true. I don't know if you noticed, but the Mugunga's birth rates are, well, it's not good. They had been bad for generations, but they were just getting worse and worse. Among noble families, they weren't even at replacement rate anymore. I have no idea why. Nobody really ever wanted to acknowledge it. So that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, even ignoring the fact that he wanted and her suggestion is just wrong, I don't think the Emperor would have contrived it so that there aren't any noble daughters of proper age. The simple fact of the matter is, that sort of incest ended up being necessary and apparently didn't help, since even she couldn't deliver a son anyway. No awful and inappropriate theories are necessary. Incest! Incest, apparently. Well, that worked out. As for responsibilities, your burden will be quite light. You will, of course, be expected to be the model of feminine virtue. But truthfully, I do not expect you will have very much trouble with this, so long as you keep your head down, avoid scandal, and keep quiet. That will more than suffice. And as far as the day-to-day is concerned, you will have nothing to concern yourself with, as this is the royal family you are marrying into. As queen, I run the management of the house's affairs, and will not require any assistance from you. In that regard, as part of our royal compromise demonstration of modesty, you will have to share my own personal servant, and will not have one of your own. While you will not have to be responsible for all housework, be modest, and do not remain idle at her expense. You are expected to be as unseen as the servants, and to be voiceful only in the most moderation. Do not speak harshly to your servant, and be appreciative of what she does, and not incompassionate. You want sole responsibility with spending as much time with the Emperor as it takes to produce a son. After you give birth, you will not need to worry about raising him. I will be there to make sure that is all arranged for. Simply make our husband happy. Keep out of sight and give him a son, and you will have no more to worry yourself with. Wow. Well, I guess I grant the Pale Bride one thing. You never had to worry about speaking her out of turn. Really, at that time, she seemed like the perfectly virtuous wife, right up until she snapped at the end. I know. How do you even reconcile that, right? How could someone seen so close to being the pinnacle of feminine virtue, then turn out to be so completely messed up? I still don't get it, not even slightly. Wow, I'm like, I have to talk to Hyuna! The virtues which you are expected to demonstrate are simply those expected of any woman, and given your noble upbringing, I will not condescend to treat you as if you do not already know them quite well. You are expected to be quiet and obedient, to me as well as obviously to our husband. Perchance you are scolded. Trust my judgment as your elder. I will never act out of anger or spite. If scolded by our husband, always respond with a smile, for your relationship with him must always be warm, and he is a wise man. I do not, however, anticipate such things will be problems. He told me of the interview in which he spoke to you, and had nothing to report at all on your manner of speech, so I trust it was entirely proper and polite. In light of that, I will say nothing further of the matter. As far as ritual obligations go, you have none, save for following in my lead. Both your mother and father-in-law are long dead, so you have no further obligations to them. I had trouble adjusting at first, but I anticipate nothing you could be surprised by. I will not tell you to avoid court politics entirely, so long as you do not cause trouble, but I will suggest that you simply watch from a distance. The temptation may exist to meddle, especially if you ever talk to the artificial girl, Mute, who lives inside our computer. She is a gossip and a friend of the Smith noble family, and is responsible for revealing much of what they try to keep hidden. She may seem fickle, but she does belong to the House of Ryu, first and foremost, and is quite loyal. Nevertheless, meddling is not in your best interests. Do not play politics, not only for our sake, or for the sake of being a virtuous wife, but for the sake of your own family as well. They will receive favor, and not through any scheming on your part, but through our husband's will. Entertain yourself with gossip if you wish, so long as you keep quiet about it. But stay out of politics. In the end, you will manage to go much further if you rely only on rewards for being a good wife. She's right in what she instructed the Pale Bride, but man, I don't really agree with her assertion there. I wasn't a gossip. Look, yeah, I'm a social creature, of course, that's my job. I'm glad that my mistress valued me, but I don't really like the way she's characterizing me as just being some chattery, gossiping woman. I was always way better than that. I wish she had realized that. Aw, looks like your friend didn't understand you. She did had another thing to say on part 7. Yeah, what is up with that? So yeah, I have gone through all of them. Well, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that letting my missus tell that crazy bitch the admin password was surely the greatest mistake any man has ever made in the entire ship's history. Yep. Hey, but thanks to this, I knew. Only because of this, I knew. I realized I could have made this even bigger. There we go. Haha, whoops, didn't realize you would actually use it. As if anything good could have possibly come from trusting a woman with that sort of power. I mean, I'm sure he was counting on her not knowing how to use the computer rather than being sons of genius with it, but come. I know what happened. Q&A disabled the life support. Oh my god, that's how she committed mass murder. That's what Mood is so angry about. Yeah, because the Empress gave her the fucking admin password, and Q&A used it to disable the life support on the ship. Oops. That means I'm really not human. What the fuck am I? I'm not human. I mean, I'm sure he was counting her on not knowing how to use the computer rather than being sons of genius with it, but come on. Well, I'm sure you will see for yourself soon enough. Wow, Mute is so pissed off about Q&A. Oh man, I can't wait to ask her questions. Oh! Confidence. This is before the marital eliminations. When my husband asked what I thought of the idea of him taking a new wife, I presented him with the weakest of smiles, but said that I thought it was a good idea if he thought so, that I would be happy if a younger woman were to relieve me of the pressure of bringing him a son. I have no doubt that this is the answer he wanted me to give, with a convincing enough expression to go along with it. If there is one thing I am confident in, it is my ability to read exactly what my husband wants to hear. Having heard that the girl he is considering is only 13 years of age, however, it is certain that I can have no confidence in any other thing. He will take her in a few years, right when she's reached marriage age. She will be at the peak of her beauty and won't have matured too much. Doubtlessly, unlike me, she will have no problem delivering the son he needs. Perhaps jealousy is unbecoming of me, but it's pragmatic too. When we were young, his affections for me were so strong, but now that we're both old, how could I possibly compete with a young bride? Aww. Oh. The pale bride's marriage, and here it's happening. My fear of the pale bride, it seems, was unfounded. In my letters to her, I wrote that I was not jealous. A lie, of course. As queen, it is true that I have authority over any of my husband's other wives, but that authority does certainly not extend to his affections. Especially since she is a beautiful woman of only 15 years, and I am a withered old lady 20 years her senior. I would be a fool not to be jealous. And yet, I am not. Until she officially married my husband, I had only seen her briefly at the formal interview. Aside from her beauty, she had made hardly any impression. But now she is living in my house, and I have seen more of her while she is not busy attending to the Emperor, and I realize now I have no cause for jealousy that is any fault of hers. She hasn't spoken a single word to me, and only looks at me from a distance. At first I mistook this for arrogance, as though she thought me unworthy of approaching. I realized soon that is not so. I see no smugness in her eyes, nor do I see happiness, nor sadness, nor anything else. She is afraid of me. Not the sort of fear that would show in her eyes, the sort of fear that would paralyze or leave her on edge. It is hardly noticeable at all, and yet I can tell. Her fear is that of resignation. That sort of fear where one simply waits for what one believes inevitable. Whatever it is that she thinks I will do to her, she is not afraid that I will be jealous. She knows it and is simply waiting for the consequences. I cannot be jealous of a woman like that. I feel for her. I want her to feel welcome. I want her to give her the hope she has clearly lost back. It is not out of jealousy that I say earnestly want her to understand how lucky she is. When I last saw her, I took her aside and said, "Please, you do not have to fear me. If you ever wish to talk to me, please do find me." She said nothing, but she did smile a little. I have seen her smile before, but only in a hollow way, where the mouth moves but no emotion stirs in the eyes. This was not that kind. I can hardly say what the twinkle in her eyes meant, but at least I don't think it was resignation. I do hope she talks to me soon, for her own sake. Aw, so the Empress liked her. The Empress liked the pale bride, until the pale bride killed anyone. Oops! Oops, all that question. How are you doing? Hey, mute! Hey, mute! I want to show this message to you. Look, the questions are for her. They're perfectly straightforward. I don't think any need explanation. Take it to her yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. It's probably best if you hear it straight from the crazy bitch's mouth herself. Oh my god. Wait, but I could show them again? Okay, so I can't help but notice that you haven't gone back to Q&A to get the whole story about the murders. Why is that? Is it because you don't believe me enough? Is it because you don't believe me even enough to ask her? Oopsie daisy. Wow, I just unlocked a lot. No. Oh well, that's good. Do you think it's just not important enough to ask about then? No. Oh, okay, I was hoping you'd say that, honestly. All I can think then is that you'd rather just hear it from me? Am I right? No. Then I'm completely confused, but okay. Yeah, if you do want to hear about it from me though, you can indicate that just by showing me the question that I gave to you. Otherwise, just feel free to go about business however you will, I guess. Uh-oh. Hey, I hate to interrupt you, but I just noticed we got a very serious problem here. You've noticed a static on the line, right? I caught it too, but figured it was no big deal. Well, bad news, it's a big deal. A big deal, the two of you reactor meltdown in progress. In fact, I have no idea what that bitch has been doing with the ship in the past 600 years, but whatever it is, has caused a serious power strain. So when communication started up, well, looks like that was the tipping point that brought the ship out of low power mode and got the reactor going. The reactor that hasn't been maintained in centuries and was under the control of some idiot little girl for nearly as long. I don't suppose you know anything about the nuclear fission reactors, do you? I don't suppose you know anything about the... No, of course. They're probably out of date compared to whatever you're using now. That's okay. Well, here's what you need to know. If you can't get the reactor under control, then this is going to be catastrophically bad. You probably won't be able to get out of range in time. We're looking at a total meltdown in 20 minutes. Clock starts now. What? Right. Well, I do know how to shut this all down and get everything with the safety again. If you were starting to get worried, well, don't be. When it comes to the safety of the ship, I'm your girl. I'll be here to help you through it as much as you need. The first thing we're going to try doing is just simply using disable action. I don't think this will work, mind you, but you never know. The ship's been in such a state of disrepair and non-maintenance that it's probably going to be really complicated. Still, try that for me, will you? Drop down that turbine and try just shutting down the reactor directly. What the fuck is happening? I was about to ask Q&A! Help! Reactor! Yeah, it obviously is currently enabled. Who the fuck did that? I actually wanted to do that. Backup power supply has a disabling reactor now will permanently terminate your connection. Fuck. Did you saw that? Mute? Did you saw what the issue is right now? Okay, you just say, oh wait, did you already try doing it? Yes! Oh, it didn't work, of course. Don't worry, that was to be expected. There's nothing to worry about just yet. Of course, it couldn't be that simple. I'm not sure what's causing the technical problem. I'm going to do an account of everything and see if I can figure it out myself. Hold on for a moment, please. Faster! Oh, of course, that figures. I found the problem is pretty bad, I'm afraid. In simple terms, there's two power systems on the ship. One is the nuclear reactor, which is currently running and about to explode. The second is called the power storage system. It doesn't generate anything, it's just a battery. When the ship is in low power mode, it's supposed to run off the power storage system exclusively, and that should be enough. The problem is the primary battery has been completely drained. I can't tell why. The system locks are incorrectly filled by a certain crazy bitch, but anyway, the point is that the battery is dead. So that's why you're getting an error. If you shut down the reactor now, there's nothing to fall back on. Everything goes down forever. Don't worry though, there's a secondary battery. If you switch to that, everything will be fine. All you have to do is tell the power storage to use the secondary battery instead. Then you have to disable the reactor safely. Fuck, I did that! Oh no, Hyun A did nothing bad. It's literally me. Oops. No! This got seriously crazy right now. Give me the power control list. Great, I don't fucking know. Mute! Don't worry though, there's a secondary battery. If you switch to everything will be fine. All you have to do is tell the power station to use the secondary battery, so then you'll be able to disable the race. So what are you waiting for? Go do it! Oh, okay. Okay, it's using the secondary battery now. Even though it's all saying that. Have to! Oh god, it's going so slow. Please! Made her do it. Made her do it. Play with Q&A instead of doing your job. What does that even mean? Wait, how, is that autosave? Oh, no. Oh, this is too far back. Oh, this is okay, this is right before that. This is right before it happened. is currently enabled. Oh yeah. First I want to save. There we go. Hi. I got some questions for you. Oh, it's already happening. What is this? You talk to mute? I don't know what she told you, but you really should listen to her. All she ever did was gossip, and I'm certain she hasn't changed a bit since back then. Please don't trust her. She just spins everything to make everyone look bad, no matter what. Please promise. Thank you, I really appreciate it. At least it gave me a fair chance. Well, if you show me one of her questions, I will tell you the truth, but I don't think it's what she will expect. And we got a problem. Right. Well, remember what I said that I would never interrupt you unless there was something really wrong? Because that's annoying and I don't want to bother you, but... Look, I don't want to scare you here. It's your fault, I don't blame you. I don't want to scare you. This isn't your... It's your fault. This isn't your fault, but we have a really big problem. Okay, something is like really wrong. I want to see this when she said that again. Because this is actually happening, and it's only happening with Q&A. And it keeps happening over and over. It's your fault, but I don't blame. Look. This isn't your fault, but we have a really big problem. I'm sure you noticed that static on the line. Yes, I was wondering what was causing it, so I checked and it's... Well, look, don't panic here, please, but it's a reactor meltdown in progress. I'm really sorry. We've been running a low power mode for so long, and that was fine. But when you established communications, everything started back up again. Which should have been fine, except it's been centuries since the last maintenance job was done, and I'm not really sure what's wrong yet. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is bad. This is really bad. I don't know if you're really aware of how this works, but we're running on nuclear fusion. And it looks like we've got about 20 minutes before the total meltdown. It's already running really hot right now. I wish I noticed sooner. I'm so sorry. But well, let me put it this way. The ship is about 20 minutes away from exploding. Can you make it out of range within 20 minutes? No. I don't really know much about nuclear reactors, but yeah, that's what I expected. I don't panic though. I can walk you through shutting down. Just stay calm. Everything will be fine. What you need to do is drop down to the terminal and disable the nuclear reactor. If everything's working properly, it should be that simple. I mean, I'm sure it won't be. This is a really old chip, and clearly already one thing has gone horribly wrong. Anyway, your first step is to at least try. This is bad. Yeah, obviously. Noch. Cute. What? Again with the same miswrite. Oh my god. What? Oh my god, I'm dumb. This is not good. This is not good. There we go. Just shut them all off. Can I not just do the trick where I go up and down? Nope, I can't. Great. Okay, what's going on currently, please? Nope. Insufficient power. We need to get rid of 6%. We just need 6%. Yeah, of course, the communications. 1, 2, 3. There's not enough. There's just not enough. Unless if I get rid of communications, then obviously I will not be able to communicate anymore. Well, first off, disable life support. Yes, I'm not human anyway, apparently. So now we just need 5%. I gotta disable core too. For now, I can enable it afterwards, yeah. I need to get rid of 5%. Oh my god, I gotta save here. This is scary. They made this exactly like oh. What was it? Bulkhead? Ugh. Bulkheads. Right, of course. Yes! Finally! Disable reactor! I did it! So this is not... Q&A did not do this. Mute is just being a bitch. Why is it still... Oops. Why is it still... What? Why is it still... Why is it still... I disabled the reactor. Why is it still going? Ah. Yunai, talk to me. I should have talked to Mute. I'm probably about this. All right, you did it. The reactor's now disabled. And geez, oh no, we still have a problem. It's still at a critical temperature. Well, the good news is you're safe now. I'm not, though. If there's no nuclear explosion, it's just the heat alone and can do enough damage to the computer system to, well, kill me. This is really bad. Please, you have to figure out something to deal with the excess heat. I'm suffering from some serious damage. Some substances just aren't responding my word. I feel like I did when I was alive. I feel like I'm dying. Please, you have to do something. Because you have to figure out how to deal with the excess heat. Take off your clothes. That will help. Ah. That's not it. What the fuck did I just do? I've got it. I know what you could do. Quickly enable the bulkheads, enable the emergency life support, then disable the bulkhead seals. There's not enough safe air left on the ship to actually keep anyone alive, but it should be enough for venting the excess heat into space. Quick, there isn't much time. Didn't I just copy Mute into you? You don't seem to mind. did it. I'm doing it again. Power. Ooh. Why is the W not? Yes, I get it. Please. Always a W. You did it, you did it. The nuclear arc is now both completely deactivated and at a safe temperature. We're safe. I was pretty scared there for a moment. I mean, it's not that I don't think you could. It's just the thought of actually dying for good was scary. It was scary, but you did it and I'm fine now. Thank you so much. I'm sure you're breathing a little easier too, right? Well, that was close. I think we both really deserve a break from the serious business, don't you agree? I think there are so many fucking slots. Not really. Oh, well, fine. Serious business it is then. Oh. Oh. I thought so. Ooh, really, my word, that was a close call. It's actually something I've been thinking about for a while that I want to ask you about. And, well, I had sensors working before. I see your ship. I know it's only big enough for one person. It sounds awfully remarkable that you could have a ship like that just for yourself. I just mean, in my time we were using generation ships, and that was incredibly state-of-the-art. But that, combined with the fact that you say there are no colonies, I can't even wrap my mind around that. I can't even imagine. So is that normal? Do you do this all the time? Go on strange adventures by yourself in deep space? Not quite. Ah, that makes sense. Although I sure wish you could explain that to me. I'm just really curious. See, when I found out that I was going to get put into stasis to wake up far later, that was the future I always dreamed about. One that was full of amazing things like, I don't know, holograms, miracle medicine, ships that travel faster than light, colonies on other planets. That's sort of amazing. I mean, I've never liked science fiction, it's just too unrealistic, but when I was a kid, I figured it would still be fun to live in it. Imagine my surprise. But it sure sounds like you're from that future. Oh, sorry, I'm rambling, aren't I? It's just the idea of finally getting that perfect future that I was denied, traveling with someone in deep space. Well, that sounds awfully romantic. Sorry, I stopped now. Let's get back to serious business. Okay, let's turn on mute again. Right, now we have a problem. I know. Oops. Oops. I just got... Oh my god, I accidentally complete... Yep. There is no more. Core 2 runs Hyune. Core 1 doesn't exist anymore. Oh, I got I completely got rid of mute. Oops! The biggest oops ever? I need to go back real crazy. Is mute still alive in this one? Yes, yes she is. Yes she is. We still have to get rid of one. Okay, I'm gonna save here now. No, I still have to do this now. Right, docking. There we go. You did it! The nuclear is now above completely active and at a safe temperature. We're safe. I was pretty scared there for a moment. I mean, it's not that. What? No. Fuck, she's dead. Yeah, that means I'm really am like not even human, isn't it? Because 24 hours just went really quickly. They made sure they did this on purpose. They made this on purpose that one of them has to die. Ah. Where were we? Well, to be honest, nervous. I'm really nervous. It's just you're the first person I've talked to in so long. I'm really happy about that. But well, I'm exposing a lot. I know you promised to trust me and all, so thanks. It's just this is all really new to me. But it's good. I'm glad. I wouldn't be so nervous if I wasn't happy you were there to listen. How do you feel about me? Well, wow, that's a tough question. I mean, you seem like a really good person. I think I'm in love. I think I could call you a friend. Wow, that took a long time. You seem to be a really good listener. I like that. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay, good. That I really understand why Mute was asking. Can I ask you that again? Oh, I'm sorry, I'd explain it better if I could. Are you upset? I'm fine. Okay, good, just checking. Sorry, I'm not really sure what I'm doing wrong here. I wish I could know. I guess whatever your question was, it's just going to have to go unanswered. Sorry. Why don't you treat me with more respect? What? Jeez, my word, what are you talking about? When I have ever not treated you with respect? I don't know what's wrong with that awful air, and I definitely don't know what's wrong with you. Why would you even say something like that? Jeez. Oh wow, that was not good. How do you feel about Mute? Oh, of course that would be one of her questions. Well, let me put it this way, I suppose. Did she have anything nice to say about me? Not really. That's what I thought. Really, I don't know much about her, other than what I've read in other people's logs. She never talked to me, ever. I mean, she wasn't above talking about me, but no, never anything to me. That's all I know about her. She's a gossip. I don't even want to speak to her now. Wait, you can't! Because she's literally dead! I had to delete her! Why couldn't you just settle for a happy marriage? Oh god. Why did you kill all those people? Look, there's something you need to understand first. Ooh. After waking up from stasis, I only ever had one single friend. Two, I mean, now that you're here. Anyway, before it was just her. The queen, my husband's wife, Rio Jiva. I wrote about her a lot in my diary. I'll just show you. It's probably better if you read it for yourself. These are from right after I got married. It's still not gray. I guess it's been forever since I cared enough to write any... Dear diary, I guess it's been forever since I cared enough to write anything down. I just haven't seen much point since my last entry. I got married, moved into the palace and lost my virginity. Apparently for a girl my age, none of these things are really all that weird. The queen finally insisted on talking to me the night after I first slept with dearest husband. I've been expecting it. My sister warned me that she will probably be jealous and I just have to endure it. She outranks me and I will simply have to kowtow to her if need be. I haven't had to yet though. We had tea together and she at least has started by acting friendly. I'm sure sister was right. I get the brunt of her anger soon enough, but today she was friendly. How are you holding up? She asked me after we finished with tea. I shrugged. Do trust me, I know how hard it can be for a newlywed. I've been through it myself, but I was at least older. You probably miss your family, do you not? That's what would be expected from any good girl, so I nodded. It gets easier with time. I had no response. I'm sorry, am I bothering you? You can leave if you wish. I simply thought you might like some company. I wasn't sure how to respond to that either. I just clasped my hand and shook my head. I just wanted to be sure, she said. There was a long pause that followed. Finally, she asked, how was last night? It surprised me that she was willing to bring up the subject, figuring that it was a segue into her being vindictive towards me for sleeping with her husband. I shrugged as she continued. I just know he can be rough. Nobody ever talked about those duties with me. Then she smiled and I felt almost like I could drop my guard. I had no idea what to expect my first time. Do believe me, I'm not jealous. That is nothing to be jealous of, but do tell me how it was. It made me think back on last night. Honestly, it was the best night I've ever had since waking up in the future. Everyone, my mother, my sister, and now my queen warned me that it will be bad. It will be a duty and nothing more. But I honestly did love it. I would have let him keep me up all night if he had the energy for it. Oh dear. I guess while I was thinking about all that, I let out a slight smile. I caught myself, but not before she noticed. Oh, did you enjoy it then? She asked, touching my arm. I jumped. Please be at ease. That is perfectly alright too. So long as you know it's just for him, there's absolutely no shame in that, and there is none. I expected to jump into something passive aggressive from that, but she didn't. All she did was change the subject and said that she really was worried about me. Maybe she isn't so bad. Yikes. So you can see she was kind. She was good to me. She really was. I take it you want to know more about my marriage then? What are you interested in? Hi, husband. I'm sorry, I'm not really ready to talk about him. Not beyond what I wrote in my diary. It's just too hard. We never It's not as if we had conversations. You think our relationship is one-sided? You have no idea. Anyway, here, I can give you some more. There's an entry from JY in there. She did talk to him. She was, well, a lot stronger than I ever was. So you can see for yourself why I admired her. And well, just read them, alright? You're still not telling me why you killed everyone! Which you apparently did. Oh, that's a lot now. According to my husband... attending to my husband has been easier than I was afraid it would be. Yes, there's days when it requires more strength than usual to keep going. I'm still getting increasingly more sick. Nothing will change it, but it's not so bad, really. All I have to do is dote on him and try to anticipate his desires, and he's happy with me. No abuse or anything. Sure, it's not as if I like him. He's an ugly 40-year-old man who cares only about politics and never tells me anything. Love? Well, that's certainly no concern. I don't know where I ever got the impression that was something that could happen in a marriage. I thought it was something from the past, but well, I was young before I got put in stasis. It must have been a mistake of childhood. But so long as I do as I'm told, I'm not mistreated. Like I was by my sister, and sleeping with him feels good. I really hope I don't get pregnant soon. I don't want that to stop. Doing that is really the only thing that makes me actually happy these days. Well, that and Jiwa's talks with me. She's nice. She keeps me company when I stay up to wait for his return. She fetches servants to take me to bed, and those days I'm too feverish to sit for too long, and she just talks to me as if I'm a friend. I don't really understand why, but I guess she really doesn't hate me after all. Do let me told you, she said one evening while she brushed my hair. I always wanted a little sister growing up. That's how I think of you. Does that make sense? I shrugged. It was nice of her, and it felt so relaxing to let her touch my hair like that. She wasn't waiting for a response anyway, by now. By now she knows better. She just keeps talking kindly to me. Illiterate. The more she lives in my house, the more I'm confused by the mystery that is the pale bride. No wonder why my husband has been favoring the Kim family lately. The daughter seems to be the perfect woman. She's not simply a pale beauty, she's always too shy to speak at all, let alone argue. Seems to hang off his every word, and it turns out is actually so completely humble in her education that she cannot even read. Or rather, she cannot read normal characters. I have observed her writing to herself, and perhaps what may be a diary. When I asked what it was, she wouldn't say, but was quick to hide it. I could not recognize a single character on her screen. However, they seemed simplified compared to regular writing. Perhaps she has invented a writing system just for herself? It is very strange. Did you ever receive those letters I sent to your house before you arrived? I asked the curious simile she had. Did you read them? Her response was void, as if she was scared that I would be angry to find out that she hadn't. I was not, of course. I'm sorry I had assumed. Are you able to read? That was when I found out that she wasn't. I offered to read them to her, to which she seemed quite enthusiastic. I think I'm likely to leave out some parts, however. I had enough difficulty bringing myself to writing the more embarrassing parts of the family history. Bringing myself to talk about them, even if I know she would never say anything, it's just far too much. Like all things with her, I cannot tell whether her enthusiasm is sincere or an effort to make me happy. This troubles me. Right! Hyun-A was illiterate to their writing. It didn't fucking matter that the queen gave away the password to the admin. She couldn't read! She couldn't fucking read! Mute! You are a fucking idiot! But apparently Hyun-A still killed them. Because she didn't outright deny it. She wanted me to read these messages first. God, this fucking reactor forcing me to kill one of them. Of course I wasn't illiterate, I could read just fine, just not their stupid Chinese-based characters. I mean, I can understand them now, except everything except for my diary entries is translated from them. It's such a dumb way of writing, though. It makes everything come out so stilted compared to proper Korean. Well, anyway, you showed me that because you're interested in her abominations, right? Yeah. Then here, I'll just give you the letters she sent. They will give all the details, even the ones she was too embarrassed to tell me about at the time. You can probably guess which parts she cut out. It's pretty obvious. It's the incest thing that she never told me about at the time. Having read about it now, I don't really blame her. And, well, here you can see what I mean for yourself. Yeah, we already know about that, though. Oh my god, I want mute back so fucking much. Oh, this is so fun. I hate this. I've been thinking a lot about how close my death must be now. Lately I've been getting prone to fainting spells. It probably goes right along with my diminishing appetite. If the doctor from the past was right, I still got over a year left to live, maybe more. He said it wasn't very likely to get bad enough to kill me until I was at least 18. Although maybe all those years of stasis might have changed that. I don't know, but if he was right and I haven't lost track of time, I'm 16 and a half right now, so there's still a while. I've been trying to hide the signs of sickness, even if I could explain. I know full well that nobody would believe me. So far, hiding it has been mostly working, although I did have one of my fainting spells while my husband was on top of me. He wasn't angry at me though. I don't think he cared. I know all I've read about these days is sex with my husband and conversations with his wife. The Kim family would be proud, I guess, but those two things are all that's really worthwhile in my life. I have other responsibilities, of course, they're just not that interesting. And that's about it. Anyway, the Queen has continued to be nice to me. She finally figured it out. We were having tea together one afternoon. She was talking about nothing in particular. And she asked me some questions that I just tracked out. I hope you do not take this the wrong way, she then said. But there's something I would like to ask you. I nodded. I don't think I have ever heard your voice before. I nodded again. Why don't you ever speak to me? Are you just saving that for the Emperor? I didn't know how to respond. She was so close to getting it. To bring up the subject, I wasn't able to. Yet, that wasn't the right question, so I shook my head in the hope that her next question would be. It was. Then, Q&A, she said uncertainly. Are you mute? I felt like screaming, yes! At the top of my lungs. I was so happy that she finally figured it out. I smiled and was about to nod enthusiastically, but suddenly I stopped. What if she thought less of me if I said yes? If she knew that the reason I was so quiet and demure wasn't because of any sort of discipline. Those were the things people liked about me. Would she stop liking me? She knew. What if she told my husband? I was so terrified I couldn't think of any correct answer. If I said no, I'm sure she would have asked to hear what my voice sounded like, and I'll be forced to disobey. And if I nodded, then she would know I wasn't really just trying hard to be a good wife. And I'm sure she would talk to my husband about it so he would know too. But while I stared at her in terror, thinking of how to respond, she sighed and sipped her tea. Don't worry about it, she said. You do not have to answer. Please forget that I even asked. God fucking damn it. Wait, Q&A's mute? Didn't you But how? You know, nobody ever noticed that until her. Nobody cared. Nobody ever thought any of it or cared enough about me to find out. But she did care. She actually paid attention. She was great. When did you become mute? What? Is it because of her sickness? She became mute. Oh my god, the thing, that she's illiterate is the hardest drop on mute I have ever seen. My concern over the pale bride's condition has grown lately. She seemed to grow even quieter, if such a thing is possible for a mute girl. Well, perhaps saying she's mute is an assumption too far on my part. I tried asking her directly, but she's too scared to answer. It simply makes me more suspicious, and I should like to know why. I addressed my husband on the matter, telling him that I wish to speak to the woman of the Kim family house to see if I could find out what is wrong. He shrugged me off, saying, Don't They're valuable subjects. The son is someone to have my eye on in particular. The politics of this situation are far too delicate for you to be meddling with. I cleared my throat. He might be both my husband and emperor, but I would not let that stop me from being bold. My dear husband, I don't care. Skip the text. I said flatly. I'm worried about the girl, and I believe that talking to her mother might shed some light on the matter. The son is of no concern to me. I don't see why it matters. She's a perfect woman. Why? Are you jealous? He said, rolling his eyes at me. A gesture that he's only been able to use on me and her servants ever since becoming an emperor. Nobody had the patience for it when he was a child, and I don't have it now either. Oh, dearest, do you believe that the well-being of your wife is a political matter, or even an external matter? I asked. He didn't. So would you say it's a domestic matter? I asked. He reluctantly agreed. Then, as a domestic matter, it is the responsibility of the woman of the house, is it not? Please tell me you are. Obviously more well-read in the classics than I said, both of us knowing he wasn't. Fine, he said, but just because it is your responsibility does not mean I can't overrule you. He left silent. He left silent to follow up. I don't have to take this from you. You do know that my concerns are valid, though, I replied. If you value my opinion, you will let me speak to the Kim mother. There was a pause, then he raised his hands in annoyance. Very well, do it. It's women's business. I don't want a part in it regardless. And he just shook his head. Why must all our conversations be arguments? I smiled to him and left. He already knows the answer. Yeah, because she's right. I never knew about that when we were alive. Like most things, I only found out after I took over the ship's computer. Took over? It just amazes me even more. Look at her. She's a woman who actually stood up to a man and won. She wasn't clumsy like I was. She knew how to work it from her position. Isn't that so amazing? I like how both Mute and Hyun-A like Ryojiwa. They both like her. She's like the thread that ties them together. But Mute and Hyun-A, they both hate each other. Dear diary, you always forget how terrible it is to cry yourself to sleep until it happens. It's just the ultimate feeling of helplessness. But what's new there, right? I just miss her, even if she scared me. I miss her so damn much. Jaewa was the only one who was sympathetic to me. Why did she have to die? Is that my fate? Anything that makes whatever short life I have left bearable must go. Fate just hazed me. I've decided. I don't know what killed her. I overheard one of the servants saying that the doctor claimed it was too much worry, causing an excess of wood in the spleen, which she claimed to be common in oversensitive women. I was baffled by the absurdity at the time. I still am now. My only friend is dead and her diagnosis is absolutely insane. Why do you even say to something like that? Well, I guess it's not like I need to worry about knowing what to say. But in light of that, it doesn't surprise me that nobody ever believed I was sick. With medicine, that's stupid. Why would they? All it does is reinforce how hopeless everything is. I just constantly wonder, why did my father or my own doctor think that people would be smarter in the future? That medicine would be better. My servant has been helping me get through all the funeral stuff. Well, I mean, he's been guiding me through the rites, practically doing them for me. Really, I'm so weak and so stunned. I don't even know how I've been getting out of bed. I couldn't describe any of the ceremony. It's all a blur. There's been lots of black dress, I suppose. That's my only impression. And crying. Lots of crying from me. She wants to talk to me. Look, please, do you trust me? I'll try. Please understand my position at the time. My world was so small and I've just lost my only friend. And then I will give you my last 2 diary entries, then they have the whole story. Just please don't judge me while you read them, please. Oh, I will judge. Here we fucking go. These are the ones you killed. Here we go. I don't really have anything to add to that. She didn't deserve to die. Jeez. Axis of wood, what is it even supposed to mean? back to hell. Dear diary, this sounds so pathetic to say. I've tried rewriting this a million times just to make it sound less pathetic for me, and I simply cannot. There were two things that made life worthwhile. Two things that made this last year before I die be bearable. The first was Jaywa's company, being the one person that was rented to me. The second is sharing a bed with my husband for the past few months. That's what I've been saving all my energy for. That brief, precarious half hour every few nights where I feel fulfilled. Literally. If only in the most literal sense, it's the most lovely feeling, and now I'll never feel it again. The two things making my last year of life worth living gone forever. The past few nights I've been trying to get the Emperor's attention in that way, pleading silently for his affections, with no luck. On the 4th, or was it the 5th day? He finally took me aside and said, painful annoyance in his voice, "Enough! Stop that! It is completely inappropriate! You're supposed to be in mourning. Show some demand chastity." How? Oh. Do you have no respect for my wife and your queen at all? He snapped when I looked confused. He just lectured me. When I cried, he sighed, held me tightly, then left the room. I haven't spoken to him since, but later that day my servant came to my room with good news. I was to go visit my family for a couple of months, while the house is in mourning for Jaywa. I couldn't argue, of course, even if I was able, so just like that I was sent back to hell. I was dressed in the usual way so nobody would see my face, as I was escorted back to the Kim house in the middle of the night. Mother and father were there, briefly, to greet me, and in spite of how I feel about them, I put on my bravest smile and bowed, and nodded politely to their questions about how I was doing. Then they had to go to bed and left, leaving me alone with sister. Young Seok was nowhere to be seen. "Hi, she said. "I never thought you would end up visiting us again so soon." I shrugged. "Well, let's have some tea. It's just us still around," she said. I nodded. It seemed like a good enough idea. There was a pause. "Well, go make it." Oh. "Well, go make it," she snapped, removing any doubt that she might treat me with any sort of friendliness. Of course I made it tea. I don't just sit by here anymore. "Thanks," she said. "So Young Seok is out, attending to official business at the moment." But you should avoid him. He's still angry at you because father-in-law finds you more important to the family than his own son. Can you blame him? I had no idea what she was talking about. And she just continued. "So, you really shouldn't talk to him." "Oh, I guess you can't really do that, can you?" "Well, you know what I mean." Yes, I knew exactly what she meant. "I'm surprised you're back so soon, though, especially now that you don't have to share your husband." "Does that mean you're the primary wife now?" I didn't know. "Does that make you queen?" Oh, what great fortune you have. Father-in-law must be so proud of you." I stared at her, wishing nothing more than to be able to kill her through the sheer force of rage. How could she possibly say something so awful? My only friend was dead, and here she was taunting me. What an awful thing to do. But I couldn't hate her to death, no matter how much I tried. So instead I tried holding back angry tears. To hide my weakness, I couldn't do that either. I killed them all. Dear diary, I was far too feverish to do any real cooking, so my servant was doing all the work for me that night. When father came in, I think he was drunk or maybe just tired or stupid. "You know, child," he said to me, you grow up to be a wonderful daughter." I was shocked to hear him say that and waved my servant out of the kitchen. I never heard even the slightest indication of that before. For the briefest moments, it even made me happy to hear that. It surprised me that I actually felt that way. As a kid, I never would have wanted his approval, so why now? He continued to make me wonder when he asked, "Do you remember what you were like as a child?" I nodded, but I wasn't certain I did. "You were so temperamental. You argued all the time. You didn't want to get married when the time came. You just didn't ever know your place, you know?" That's right, I didn't. That was back when I thought there was a point to being defiant. Why was that, I wondered? That's the part that amazes me now. I tried to think a reason of why I might want to be defined, why I valued independence, and at first I couldn't even think of anything. I had forgotten entirely. Don't tell Yang, but it really scared me. You were always the family's best hope for prosperity, but that attitude of yours, I thought I'd never manage to disavow you of those crazy, uncivilized ideas of yours, he said. Well, I tried to think of what they were. There were times I thought it was a mistake to have hatched you, but you came through, you really did. I know it must have been painful, but I'm proud of you. Then he patted me on the head. You turned out to be a good girl. That's all I wanted to say. It was hard raising you to be a proper woman, but you have turned out to be perfect. Thank you, he said. I just turned on skip mode accidentally. How do I turn it off? How do I turn it off? How do I turn it off? Ah, yeah. There we go. There you are then. Now you know, it's true. I did do what she said I did. I'm not going to lie, I really wish you never met her. I wish she'd never said anything to you. I just thought it was so nice the way things were with us before. God damn it, I fucking accidentally... I got to be cheery for the first time in my life since I was a child. Talking about actual romantic things together. Having fun with cosplay. And just, you know, having someone here to talk to, someone who wasn't interested in shutting me up. But now, well... Please, you've read my diary, you have to know it's not. I didn't. You have to understand, right? Even if you think what I did was wrong. Look, I've never really been dishonest with you, fine. I lied about being an AI, but I told you the truth. I could have deceived you, but I didn't. Please, you still trust me, right? I never really lied to you, not seriously. You don't have to think what I did was acceptable, but please tell me you trust me. Yeah, sure. You do? Really? Oh my word. I mean, of course, I'm so sorry. I should have had faith in you, but I really should have. I'm really bad at this. But thank you so much. I can't believe I even doubted you for a second. Look, that means a lot to me. It means so much. I mean, I'm sure what I did wasn't right. I know I'm sure you don't think it was. I just want you to understand, all right? For someone as good to me as you've been, I want you to at least please understand. You don't have to forgive me, just hear me out. Okay. Thank you so much. You're a really good person, much better than me. Thank you. Then very well. It's probably just better if I show you. There's a data block that contains all the logs that matter. My family encrypted it. Because, well, it should be obvious why after you read it. You need to drop to the terminal and type decrypt block 7. Let me know once you've done that and I'll show you. There is so much speedrunning that you can do. Just type right as you start, decrypt block 7. Done. Okay, so what the fuck was going on here? I stared, speechless, and I tried to remember what crazy uncivilized ideas was he talking about. Thinking back to those days, or back to before I was frozen, I tried to remember. I had dreams of what adulthood would be, but they were so unimaginably different from what the reality turned out to be that they seemed impossible, completely impossible, nothing more than childhood fantasies without a shred of realism to them. I tried to think of what they were, to imagine them. In those dreams I was strong, independent. I wasn't just a wife in those dreams, I had a job, working as the ship's engineer, following in the steps of my father. My real father. I wasn't married in those dreams. I was happy to just go on dates with boys my age, in the ship's plaza, and fall in love before making any commitments. I dreamed of being free. The more I thought about it, the more I was certain. That's what those dreams were about. That's what I wanted. But Father Kim Jong-soo rather had made sure to disavow me of those notions. I learned to stop arguing, to stop trying to fight, to stop dreaming of those things. In other words, I learned how to be a proper woman. And he was proud of that. Proud of destroying my dreams, and now I will die under the house of that man, silenced, broken, hopeless and unloved. I was overwhelmed by the strongest feeling I had ever felt in my life. The deepest bitterness, the most powerful resentment I could imagine. I looked at the knife near my hand and wondered, could I kill him? Before I died, could I at least have justice? I tried to lift the knife. My hand twitched and it was too hard to keep a grip. I was just too weak. I would never be able to do it. He smiled at me and said, sorry, please, go ahead and keep cooking. I won't distract you more. Then, just as he was about to go out the door, he added, take care of yourself. At that moment, I vowed that I would. I wouldn't worry anymore about all those people who had hurt me. I'd take care of myself. I couldn't stab him to death. I was too weak for that. But then I remembered there were other ways. If I disable life support, I can kill him, and all the others too. It will be quick, it will be easy, and not a one of them don't deserve it. All I need to disable it is the admin password. It's perfect. She did it. Exactly what I thought she did. And that's why life support was off from the moment I started the communication. Okay, some of these seem like not really important anymore. Because I understand what the like general idea is. You need to drop to the terminal and type decrypt block 7. Let me know once you've done that and I'll show you. Okay, fine. But there's still something else. Decrypt block 7, and then I'm gonna save milk. Very well. These are really hard for me to read. I haven't seen mine since I wrote them, and I haven't seen my family's well ever. Well, I think I have found. Here, I have added some. Just please read them. If you want to know the whole story, those entries will explain. Oh wow, no music. Okay. It seems that in the US, been visiting my parents, everything has gone to hell. In my husband's family without his knowing. Clearly I never should have left. He has an idea, but he doesn't understand just how big things have gotten. When I left, it all seemed under control. The pale bride will be of the right age to be married to the emperor soon enough, and we will be able to use that connection to bring favor to the family. A good plan, except it turns out the pale bride is not even close to ready for marriage. Age has nothing to do with it. It's the maturity that she lacks. When she first awoke right before I left, she seemed a little confused, but that was hardly unexpected. She had a whole new family to get accustomed to, and it seemed obvious enough that anyone born so far in the past would have some difficulty adjusting to modern life. Modern life. But this is far beyond that. There is something simply wrong with that child. When I go back, the first thing the young Suck's wife did was tell me about how sorry she was for not being able to control the child. I rolled my eyes, as if a grown woman couldn't handle someone of her age. How are you going to raise my grandson like that? I asked. She was quiet and let me see the pale bride for myself. The first time I saw Young Suk try to get her to do something as simple as sort out his laundry, she wasn't just disobedient, she was openly defiant. When I stepped in to admonish her, it had absolutely no effect. All she did was argue back at me. I tried every approach I could think of, appealing to filiality, explaining how important a virtue obedience was, even trying to appeal to sentimentality. Everything, she just kept saying the same thing, that it wasn't fair to make her do it. Here's the obvious concern, and it's what I had to say to her. Are you going to tell your husband he's not being fair when he wants something from you? I thought that will put some sense into her, but now she just answered yes. There's no way this unruly child could possibly be marriageable. Not like this. She was sent back within a day, and with good reason. What man could possibly want a nightmare like her in his life? We're gonna find out why she's mute, isn't it? Dear Diary, the good news is, health-wise I seem to be doing much better this month. I'm sure this isn't a permanent thing, it's happened before, I can't really remember how the doctor from the past explained it anymore. But he said it was pretty normal and not something to get my hopes up about. Still, some days this month I actually had enough energy to want to move around. Not that I could move around, of course I can't leave the house, a good girl shouldn't, is what everyone keeps saying, but I have the energy to. At least. And that's something. The big news is that the woman who's supposed to be my adopted mother came back. I didn't really see her much before she left. I might as well have been meeting a new person. I wish I could say I had high hopes for her, that I had thought that maybe she'd be fine. That would be a lie though. I know she'd be as bad as the rest of the moment I saw her. And she was, of course, she was. She's even worse than sister-in-law. She gives these awful lectures, I can't even describe them, they're that horrible. She's that horrible. Mother, huh? I don't really know what to say about her, even now. This is the first time I've read what she wrote and it's just... Well, there's more. Here, read them for yourself. If you're so worried, why don't you just explain everything to her simply and rationally? Jung-soo asked me. But I suppose it's obvious. She's a woman. We're not particularly rational. He said, you know what I mean, I could hardly do it. But coming from a woman, perhaps she will understand that it's all for her own good? Maybe I said, doubting it. But I tried anyway. She took her time arriving after I summoned her to my room. Can you speak? I asked her, trying to keep my voice calm. She glared and snapped, fine. I asked her to sit down, but she refused. Look, I said, trying to speak to her as an equal. I still didn't think my husband was right, but it was worth trying. I was told you would rather be called Hyun A. Is that right? She said yes, bitterly, not giving me much to go off. That's a very pretty name, I said. Thanks, she said, but her voice was still unfriendly. My parents gave it to me. I said, you must miss them very much, she nodded. You must miss them very much. She nodded. I don't understand, Hyun A. I don't understand, Hyun A. Were you so difficult with them too? No, she said. They were nice. They actually cared about me. They're nothing like you people. I sighed. I care about you, Hyun A. You're a part of the family. You're Kim. Your parents are our ancestors, and I know they will think it's very important that we raise you right. If you want to be a bad, unfilial adult and treat us without any respect, well, you won't be the first. You really think an old woman like me really cares that much about your opinion of me? I thought maybe I'd try appealing to her selfishness. Her marriage is important to the family, but clearly she doesn't care about filiality. It's you I'm worried about. Do you think any husband is really going to put up with the way you are for even a second? She keeps glaring at me. That's all you keep talking about. Marriage, marriage, marriage. I'm 14. I'm 14 years old. What's wrong with you? Why does everything have to be about some man? Why do I have to marry somebody that you picked? She screamed at me. I remained calm. You're going to be a royal concubine, Hyun A. We're not dumping you off on just anyone. There's no better man. I don't know if you're already engaged in the past, but your parents would do the same if they could. If what's best for you, they would want this. No, they wouldn't! She shrieked. They wanted me to grow up. They wanted me to be an independent woman. That's what mom and dad thought was important. I don't want to be a concubine. I don't care about marriage. An independent woman? They want you to be a whore? I asked. My patience run as thin as anyone would be. I didn't believe for a second my husband's ancestors were the monsters she was making them to be, and was sick of this. Get out! I snapped at her. Just get out! Oh my god! Are you showing me that because you want to see more from her? Not really. That's not why. Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't know what to say. She was cruel. So cruel. Now that I read the perspective, it doesn't change anything. Fine, she actually believed what she was saying. That doesn't make all of it right. I hate her. I don't care if she's long dead. I don't care if I was the one who did it. I still hate her. I hate her. I hate her. Oh jeez, I'm sorry. I don't mean to work myself up like that. It's just you don't pity her, do you? No. Good, me neither. That's what I had to live with, reading what she wrote. She honestly believed that. It just reminds me of how I ended up thinking. How I completely gave up and believed her attitude. She tried to bring me down. She succeeded. She doesn't deserve pity, and I didn't deserve what she did to me. I could never forgive her. Ever. I'm really glad you understand. Sorry, I've calmed down now. It's just hard to think about, even now. I really do hate her. The new anxiety. That sounds good. Dearest mother, my mother-in-law has relieved me of any responsibility for looking after the pale bride. As a matter of pride, I feel bad that a simple child is too much for me to handle, but I'm certainly glad she's not my problem anymore. Now I can put my undivided attention back where it belongs, onto my husband and his ambitions. Tell me though, mother, because I know we didn't always get along that well. I was never that bad, was I? Sure, we were both happy when I moved out. Well, perhaps I wasn't happy right away, I was more scared, but I'm sure you were relieved to have some space. But you will never have given up on me, right? I was never that bad, was I? Deep down I worry. My husband seems content to take his time to have children, which is a decision I could certainly live with, but what about when we do? What if we have a daughter? Will I fail with her too? I've been telling myself that it's not me, it's her. She's a peculiarly unruly child, and it's not ordinarily that bad. It's not, right? Please tell me I have nothing to worry about, please. You know, I never did like her. When I woke up, she was just this awful person who kept saying the most awful things. Never as bad as mother, but still. I didn't read any of her letters when I was alive, of course, but you know what really surprised me? She made such an awful impression on my life. I hated her the most for so long, and she barely even ever mentioned me. All my suffering was just a minor distraction to her, nothing more, insignificant compared to her man. There's one more from her that you should read. I don't know how to feel about it. I don't know how to feel about her. There's just one thing that I keep thinking though. Just one thing. I have no idea what her name was. The pale bride picked the worst of all possible days to throw another one of her childish fits. If reason to even get dressed for her interview. And this one was with the Emperor himself. Not even my husband was able to get her to listen. He had to personally apologize himself for not being able to bring her schedule, and lied about a sudden illness. You have to do something about her, I said to my husband. That even she's completely out of control. I know, he said. That is quite clear. He looked so worried. I hugged him and tried to comfort him. Everything would fall apart if something couldn't be done. She'd be threatened to say something stupid and dangerous to the Emperor, and we were both scared that she might. Maybe it's time to consider doing something drastic, I said to him. He nodded. I know, he said. I can only think of one idea. I do not like it. I would rather not. Even hitting her was far worse than I would have wanted. He explained his idea to me, and I agreed that it was terrible. And I didn't like it either, but it would stop her from arguing. Stop her from ruining her own life. My husband was, as always, right. There was only one way. Oh my god, they cut off her tongue. They fucking did it. So that's how she became mute. There was one big fight I had with her. The one that changed everything. The one I finally lost. My diary makes it sound really dramatic, I know. I was young at the time, but it really was. I just read it. It's exactly how it went. They cut out her fucking tongue. Peace at last. Recently, the pale bride's temperament has improved immensely. It isn't simply that she's now quiet, it's that she's actually respectful and calmer. After rescheduling, she had an interview with the Emperor, and he was actually quite charmed with her. I'm just so happy for her own sake that she's finally stopped resisting the marriage. It's all coming together now. A date has been set for when she will sent to live with him, and in the meanwhile, things at home have been peaceful again for everyone. Actually, it's better than just that. I've been spending more time with her, of her own free will. I've been giving her advice for coping with marriage, and now the girl actually listens politely. Otherwise, there's little else to write about. I wish there had been a better way to get her to behave, but in the end, it seems to be working out. I still can't imagine how awful it would be if she would have refused to ever leave the home and simply made life hell for us. Or worse, if she got sent off and tried to pull any of that on her husband, she should get sent back for sure. Maybe now things will finally start to come together for the family. I must admit for a time, I doubted the optimism that Jungsu expressed in the 390th year. But now, it seems that he was right all along. What a relief. Of her own free will. I can't believe she actually said that. It's wrong. It's completely wrong. I can't believe she could have possibly thought that. Just unbelievable. Dearest mother, today the pale bride has finally left home to live with a new husband, and she isn't the primary wife. There was no fanfare or ceremony for her departure itself, so instead last night we had a special big feast to commemorate. I know I have said bad things about her before, but it's not just that I was happy to see her gone. She's been better since mother and father-in-law managed to get her to keep quiet. The thought of it still leaves me really uncomfortable. She was always just a confused child. I hate the fact that the family considers her so important and neglects my husband, and I certainly hate for her not appreciating this status and fighting it. But the fact that she doesn't understand the world, I can feel for that. It's not like I always understand myself. Regardless, it went very well. The big feast was my idea, and she was happy to help with the cooking. Early, she had spent the afternoon getting ready the dress she was going to wear when she arrived with mother-in-law, and she seemed rather anxious about it. When we cooked, I opened the wine early and poured it for her. I think she needed it. I told her the same story I told you a while ago about how scared I was when I first moved in. It seems as though it was a lifetime ago, and yet despite all the strangeness, I have grown so accustomed to it. You will eventually grow to love him. I promised her, just as you promised me all those years ago. Appreciate how good you will have it. My last stand. Stundo power. Dear diary, everything managed to spiral out of control so quickly today. I wasn't planning on it happening this way, but here's the point where I make my stand, I guess. It sounds dramatic, but I won't just let them marry me off to some stranger. I won't let them. Just before dinner yesterday, mother told me that I had to go to an interview with some man, the Emperor, I guess. For all I care, the way she put it was, I'll get a chance to see that he's a man you could fall in love with, or something stupid like that. As if I said in response, and I spent the rest of the evening thinking about what I could possibly do to make it clear I wouldn't let her do this. This morning after breakfast, sister-in-law showed up in my room. Good morning, she said. Today is a big day for you, isn't it? Mother-in-law wanted me to help you get dressed and all made up. You want to make a first good expression after all. I glared at her and summoned up all my courage. No, I said. What, she asked? No, I'm not going. She left and mother herself came in. This was it. I told myself this was the big moment. I'm not going. I said before she could say anything. I'm not going to get dressed up. I'm not going to meet him, and I'm definitely not going to get married, I shouted. For a moment she said nothing and didn't move. Then she left too without saying a word. I thought that would feel good, but it didn't. It just made me worry more. I couldn't have possibly won that easily, I thought, and I hadn't, of course. After a few months she returned with father, who looked incredibly angry. Min-young says you're refusing to get ready for your interview, he said. Yeah, I stammered, not used to talking to him. I won't go, and I won't get married. He walked over in just 2 strides, then glared at me for a second. I had no idea what he was going to do, then he slapped me in the face. So hard it knocked me over. Yes, you will, he said. I'll drag you there, kicking and screaming if I have to. My face in so much pain, I forced myself to sit back up. I won't, I said, bracing myself for if he hit me again. He did. Yes, you will, he said. I couldn't keep this up. It already hurt so much, I couldn't just brave that out. Then it came to me. If you make me do the interview, I said, I'll tell the Emperor that you've been conspiring behind his back. It was all I could think of. And all I could do was cross my fingers and hope that the threat worked. It had to. He glared at me, and in that moment I knew it worked. The two of them looked at each other and they both left together. That was 3 hours ago. I don't know what's going to happen now, and I think my face is swollen. It still hurts and I didn't want to go that way. So that's me, making my stand. And then they fucking did it. You've left almost everything now. I know you had faith in me, and I promise it hasn't been misplaced. There's just one more thing. I don't think you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised. You seem smart, I'm sure. I'm sure you have already guessed what it is. Still, go ahead. Ask it. Ask me the obvious question. Why did I kill them? Here, you want to know what could make me look at my father's face and be filled with so much hatred? You want to know how I could possibly think my whole family is off to die? If you haven't already guessed, here's my last diary entry. I can't say it myself. I can't bring myself to, even now. Please just read it. Dear Diary, the evening where everything went wrong, where I thought I was going to win with my adopted parents. Well, I didn't. I lost, making my stand. I wrote just hours before it happened. Yeah, right. When I got called in the kitchen, they were both there. On one of the stove burners there was a knife. I thought it was a little bit odd, but didn't care. Father stared at me and said, the fighting needs to end now. He was so sure of himself, of course he was. He had every reason to be. But I stubbornly stood my ground and said, no. I do not want to hurt you. He lied, just promise to be less argumentative and this can end peacefully. But I just had to fight back. I just had to say no. I just had to remind him I wasn't joking. I really would tell the parent that you hurt me and that you plotted against him. No, he said, you won't. He motioned at Mother and said, bring her over. She grabbed me and I tried to dig my feet in, but it didn't work. And Father pinned me against the wall with his whole body and I kicked and screamed desperately trying to get free. But it was no use. He was big and I was small and sick and weak and frail. Then he grabbed the knife from the stove and I shrieked in horror. No, I screamed at him. Don't. But then Mother grabbed my mouth and held it open. I tried to keep screaming, but I was powerless and terrified. When he raised the knife towards me, I thought he was going to kill me. It was worse. Next thing I knew, I could taste disgusting flesh as he stuck his finger in my mouth and pulled. I'm sorry, Mother said, then briefly I could taste the steel. Then nothing but blood. All I could taste was so much blood, nothing but blood. Finally, they both let go of me and I collapsed onto the floor. Why, I wanted to say, but couldn't. I blacked out from the pain after that, but just before I did, I could swear I heard Father say, you will not ever argue with any man again. He was right, of course. Yep, they did. That's why I gave up. That's why I wanted to kill him so much. That's... Sorry, it's really hard to talk about. It's just I'll try, I'm sorry. I told you it would make sense, right? That was a good reason? Please tell me you don't think I've let you down. You haven't. I haven't? You don't... You mean you understand then? Yeah. Oh, thank you! Thank you so much! That really means so much to me. I'm so glad. I don't know what I will do if you didn't think... Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I was terrified. I thought you might not. I'm so glad. Thank you. Thank you so much. Whoa, it's all gone. Right, I have really strong feelings about... It's not like I've been pouring my heart... I'm really think you're a good person. I consider you to be a really good listener and a great... Ah, jeez, I'm in love with you! Yes! You said it! Wow, this took you long. I finally said it! Ah, this is so embarrassing! I know I'm being really silly, right? I mean, I'm sure I know what you're thinking of, right? You think that's ridiculous? Actually, kinda, yes. Because I do not feel the same way. I'm sentimental. I see what she's been going through, but that doesn't mean I love her. We haven't really spent that much time. You're just horny. Very horny. You don't? Oh, that's why. That's why I'm in love, because you managed to happily surprise me every time. I never thought that I would find someone who understands me, someone who listens, who would hear my whole life story and doesn't hate me. You really have been wonderful. I know it's a lot to spring on someone just like that, and I don't even know if you're even a man or the sort of woman who wouldn't have a problem with that and still unmarried. But if you are, do you think we might have a chance together? Even just a chance? No. Yeah, sure. That is truly the most amazing thing I've ever heard in my life. Thank you so much. I've been sort of thinking about this for a while. A little embarrassing, I know, but... Well, we don't have to rush to get married or anything, I mean. You know how scary it was the last time I was a wife. I just really like to, just be with you as an equal. Does that sound right to you? Of course. Wonderful. Oh, I really do. I really do love you. It's funny, isn't it? I know almost nothing about you. I have no idea what you look like. I have no idea how you talk. I have no idea of what's supposed to be the... I have no idea of what's supposed to be the most thing about a person, if you're a man or a woman. I have no idea how old you are, although I suppose you must be much younger. Or maybe older, depending on how you look at it. Nor do I have any idea where you're from, or even your name. But I know you take me seriously and that you understand me. Don't treat me as something less for just being a woman. I know that talking to you makes me feel better than I've ever felt in my life. And that's good enough for me. That's far better than I've ever had. Ah, so, very well. I will decompile myself now. That way you can just drop the terminal and type download to copy everything to your ship, including myself. It should only take a few days to do a complete transfer. I'll see you soon, alright? Ah. So this is how my sister-in-law felt on her wedding night. Oh wow. Oh yeah, she also removed herself. Abort. I could say no, and it will only download the logs without Q&A. Oh. That's cute. Oh my god. That is so cute. So what are the incoming message? Yeah, what are they gonna say? Good for recovering the million. I just spoke to the sponsor. It's not really pleased what you do. I create your account with a standard payment. This is not gonna end. It's a man whose wife has. Ending 2. Thanks for playing. Deep Space Detective. Korean Fusion. And my waifu. You're the first person she's seen in centuries, but it must be true love. Bonus content 70%. No, what the fuck? Legit buyers will get to see the colored version of this gift image? What? What do you mean legit buyers? Q&A leaves home in the care of a new friend. Ah, it's when they're only friends. The security program is relieved of her duties. And the harem ending. I really want the harem ending, but not for the harem, but because I don't want either of them to fucking die. There has to be a way. I can do this. Let's do this. Wow, I'm sorry for the mic bustling. Right. So where are we? Not override terminal. So, Mute is still alive. Oh, it's already happening here. I just did that. That was easy. That was quick. What if I remove communications after all? Figured. How do I keep both of them alive? Can I do that? That would be very helpful. Nah, of course not. Ah. fucking Mario noise I hear every now and then. How do I do this? These four have to be online. I cannot turn them off. I feel like that's not the way to go. Well, yeah, obviously. Oops, there we go. And that's what starts up the reactor, huh? Power usage is at 99%. Currently it's up to life support. That's still funny to me. If I remove all of that right away, it should make the reactor last for much, much longer. Oh. Boom! It's just skipping right to the end. Huh? I guess they still have to show it to me. Oops. Oh no, that's the one she will delete. Block 9 is hers. That's not what. Well, come on. Ugh. There we go. So now I got the Pearl Bright and I can go over to mute and show her the Pearl Bright. And then she will give me the questions. Did I got the questions already? Yeah, I did. It's already happening. That was quick. Because I thought I had way more time now. What? What? Maybe I should have done that. Ah, maybe that's why it didn't work. Multiple systems can be enabled disabled in a single line. Ha ha ha. What if I... I gotta look this up. I can't think of anything. But that's it. Oh, okay. Oh, but now that I did that... Oops. I messed up again. I did it too early. Hold on. Auto. Too far. I can do this. I could do this. I will save both of them. I know how to do it. I am invested in this and I will beat it. Nah. Oh, but it's happening already. Never mind. When this happened the first time, I was like, oh, what the fuck? I'll be back, but get out of range in time. Yeah, I know what to do. Yep. I'm gonna save here first. What ends with a 2, core 2, core 1. Okay, it's all ready. Then I guess I wrote it wrong. I don't know. Never mind then. There we go. Oh. Whew. Oh. All cats. I did roll it wrong. Oh, oh, for fuck's sake. Did it! It did it! You did it! You saved my life! Nothing like a near brush with death, huh? That really was a close call. Well, so you know, when the time was getting close near the end, I kinda got thinking, just that, you know, the whole ship is dead. What's it going? It's going to be pretty uneventful and pretty lonely. Like, uneventful, that's okay. I don't mind that. I mean, uneventful means things are secure, so I'm programmed to feel at ease when that's the case. So yeah, uneventful, I can deal with by design. But lonely? Yes, I'm just an AI, but I'm programmed like a woman. I like to talk, okay? I mean, I'm sure you've noticed. How do you do it? It's because you're a man. You're better at that sort of thing, is that it? So yeah, that's what I've been thinking about. It's just kind of depressing. But yeah, I'm still alive. That's pretty good, right? Let me tell you, I take purposeless and alive over the alternative any day. Okay, wow, I've been just rambling there about myself. I kinda hate it when other people do that. I'll knock it off now. So anyway, what were we talking about? Hmm. So hearing A is technically now inside of her, but unused. Well, I guess there's not really much chance for asking her herself, you know. I guess it'll have to be from me. I'm sure. Okay, then I think you made the right choice, but well, no turning back now. You don't want to read all her diaries, just really great and whining. Even I couldn't bring myself to read much of it. But here, there's one in particular I think you should see, and I swear this is her own words. Take a look at that one and come back to me when you're done. That's not it. I killed them all. That bitch is just insane, completely insane. She killed my master, her husband, the emperor himself, she killed her own father, and she killed thousands of perfect strangers. She might seem pretty, but listen, she's crazy and she's a monster. The last person to love her is suffocated to death because of her. But you know what? That's sociopathic. That's appalling. It's damn unforgivable. I know. Seriously? Seriously? You feel pity for her over her victims? You don't feel bad for her husband? You don't feel bad for her father? You don't feel bad for her brother? You don't feel bad for Sojin? You don't feel bad for the Smith family little daughter? You don't feel bad for thousands of hapless peasants? Seriously, you feel bad for her when they're the real victims here? Yes. Well, I think that's repugnant. Look, if you still can't be convinced, at least you shall see the log files of mine. They're kind of dry, but I think you should read them. Trust me here. Come talk to me when you're done with those. After all, we've got some things to discuss. It's kind of impossible. Well, okay then, so you've seen it all for yourself. In her own words, no less that... Yeah, okay, we're just seeing it. That's new. I could have just... Pretty sure I fucked myself here. But block 7. That's a problem. I don't know how to fix this. I don't know how to do this. One of them always has to die. And you can never get enough info. Unless you have to talk with Hugh and A enough before, but you don't get the main talk without getting the questions from Mute. And as soon as you get the questions from Mute, the system starts to get corrupted. And you cannot fix that. Unless there's something in Mute's story. Okay. Wow, so that's how she got inside the computer. Alright, so. Is that an end? If there's something else you'd like to show me, now's your chance otherwise. There is something else. Okay, then sure. No rush. Just go ahead and show me. You can let me know when you're all done. But how? I don't have the... I guess that where... Yeah, I need to get like enough info out of both of them before getting to the questions. And that's how you do it. Okay, there will be one last stream for getting the true ending. Because right now I do not have the time for this. I wanted to play more games, but this ended up becoming a 4.5 hour stream of just reading. How did that game do this? Cool. That means I can get to the... Oh boy. This is gonna be so interesting. Oh my god, I can't wait. I cannot wait for this to get like really interesting. Because that's not over. I may get the best ending, but that's not the end. Alrighty then, thanks for watching. Have a nice day, have a nice night. Whatever time is place, and as always, stay awesome until the next time we play more. I guess we play more Analouge. See ya! Ciao, ciao, and bye bye. In transition.